Welcome everyone to the first episode of Season 3 of our Traveler Adventures. We have unofficially called this campaign Indiana Jones in Space. It is a themed campaign. And we will probably workshop a better title for the season as we go along. Today's episode, out of that theme, is called Raiders of the Lost Coyns. Coyns is spelled like as in drone. Or sorry, we're gonna go ahead and say now we're gonna try to pronounce Droyin as that, but we are going to mispronounce it all across the board, all over the place. Just know that we're talking about the traveler species, and we're gonna do the best we can with that. So, without too much more metagame preamble, I'm going to get the players to introduce their characters. Who wants to start?
I mean, I probably should. I'm the leader. It's great. I'm Kizik. I'm going to be playing Otto. Otto really wanted to be. He grew up in a planet that has one big city on the entire planet, and that big city makes things for the bigger planet that's beside it. So his parents lived in one of the really teeny tiny podunk towns. They got sick. They ran out of food just for the town to exist. So they sent him to his eccentric uncle. The only thing his dad stressed to him is just learn and lean upon the learnings of other people. Otto wasn't very smart going into it. He scraped by, was a roboticist on the planet, just as a job, just assemble them. Went to college. He was like, yes, this is going to be great. I'm finally going to learn some things, but got a little over-fixated on his best friend, Gus, who was a robot that he built. Because he was focusing on the robot, he didn't graduate, but he went to be a field researcher. Him and Gus did a whole bunch of really cool things. He grew a lot. He learned a lot. And for the last 4 years, he's been in a bureaucratic, hullabaloo. He wants to go find things, but he just can't fill out the right paperwork. And there's a lot of grants so that you can get enough money to rent a ship to go across the galaxy to find the thing that you're pretty sure is right there, but you can't just prove it. So he's finally got a couple of leads all the way through, and he said, hey, you know what? I should reach back out throughout my life and meet all of the cool people that I've met before. So he wrote a big letter, and he said, I hope this finds you well. But Dr. Zane Hicks, remember when you needed my help driving those miniature drones, and we eliminated the threat inside that one body? I'm about to do a huge research thing, and we're going to go across the galaxy. You're invited. Oh no, I forget his name already. Jonathan Reese. Remember when I met you in college? Man, you helped me get the core pack for Gus, this core power thing. And I really need a guy who can just find me some stuff every now and then. And you've been doing a lot of cool antiquities research lately. I need you on my crew. And lastly, Professor Zigzag. You were with me when we found our first really cool ancient tech, and you've been at the university for the last 4 years with me, helping me write these grants. And I can think of no one better to help me lead this team into the unknown and find all of the really cool articles around there. So that's Otto.
That brings us to today for Otto. Also, good connections on the other players like that. Who wants to go next?
I'll jump in. So this is Ronan, and I will be playing Dr. Zane Hicks. So Dr. Hicks started out life with a desire to go, kind of have a wanderlust and go see all the things and do all the things. But decided to go out to college to live that life, but didn't work out for him. Kind of had some issues with a past friend of his and like a cheating scandal, but ended up getting kicked out of college and drafted into the scout service, which was completely fine for him because he got to again go wander and see and learn and new things, working for deep night exploration. But during one of those missions, he ran into a group of Vargar and had to keep himself alive via trial by combat, which he luckily passed, but was like, I'm done with the scout service. I'm going back to learn some other stuff. And so he went back to Esperanza and kind of became a doctor because it was like, hey, like let's learn how this body stuff works. Found that he had a relatively good knack for it and learned real quick with that. Met up with Professor Zigzag, but he may have an unhealthy desire to learn more about other species. He's pretty good with the human body and understanding, but like really wants to see how Professor Zigzag works. So also met up with Otto and used his assistance in some medical procedures and learning how to do some remote ops stuff with small, tiny little micro drones to help out with his medical proficiencies. So got to learn more about robotics and whatnot, and continues to have a desire to like expand his knowledge in anything and everything he can. Getting kind of tired of sitting around at the university and around Dorado, and looking forward to getting out there and seeing what else he can find and learn, while still helping everybody because he got really good at being a doctor. Yep, that's Dr. Hicks.
Okay, brings us up to today. Ghost, Thodubs, who's next?
Take it, Thodubs.
All right, I can go. So, my name is Thodubs, and I am playing Jonathan Reese. Jonathan Reese started off his life kind of in a sad area. He was dropped off at a orphanage on Esperanza. He kind of grew up not knowing who his real parents were. Reading books were, of course, in Esperanza, you can only read things that the dictator approves. So kind of grew up reading things that were approved, but always wondered what else was out there in his life. When he was young, he was really excited about the potential and opportunities of getting adopted. As the years went by, he was not adopted, and he started getting a little colder and a little more withdrawn and depressed from the idea of his life not going exactly the way he felt it should. When he aged out of the orphanage or the group home that he was in, he just kind of wandered around the area looking for odds and end jobs to do, kind of learning how to stay out of the limelight with everyone else, with the government being able to find him or see him. He eventually meets a gentleman by the name of Richard Reese. He ends up befriending this gentleman. This gentleman's more of a senior citizen. He's a retired man. But as Jonathan is helping him, ends up finding out that Richard was a kind of an archaeologist. He had that mindset of collecting rare things from all over the Rift, and his idea was that all the stories that Richard kept sharing with him kind of intrigued him and gave him, kind of reinvigorated him, and giving that desire to go to school and to learn. Since Richard didn't have any previous family, Richard adopts Jonathan, since we get the name Jonathan Reese from that. But just as Jonathan was waiting to get accepted to the university, he ended up getting a draft notice from the Navy, where he was off actually working for the Navy for one stint. During that time period, he learned how to fly, he learned pilot skills, he also learned how to deceive people a little bit, in playing games and things like that. After his stint was done in the military, he came back to his father and ended up going to university. spent his whole time in university being lost in books, studying and learning about ancient civilizations and all these different things. He was very intrigued with the idea of what was going on in these books, all this ancient paperwork that he was studying. He is, since he did do a little bit of military movement, he actually had the idea and desire to actually go and leave university and to be off wandering the galaxy, to actually be able to to actually encounter all the things that he would read about. He did have some issues when he was at the university, when he after he graduated and started working for the university. A gentleman by the name of Thomas Riggs was actually a fellow scholar with him. They would work together every once in a while. Thomas had kind of a reputation of kind of looking over people's shoulders and kind of information surfing and kind of grabbing information and passing it off as his own. One day, there was some information that was found by the two of them, and this information actually it was a quote unquote alien artifact that it was from a civilization that had not yet been discovered at that time period. So what happened is Jonathan decided to take that artifact and actually make himself the sole discoverer of it. That caused a rift between Thomas Riggs. The rift got so bad that eventually Thomas got booted from the university, and was out in the world still, and they have not been in communication since. But so Thomas Riggs lost his job, and Jonathan got promoted in the organization, which was a huge bono to Jonathan at the time. Additionally, I got a chance to meet up with Otto. Helped him get a battery pack for Gus, as he was mentioned. So Jonathan is very excited about this opportunity to be able to work with his fellow colleagues. This is again Otto and Dr. Hicks and Zigzag, and he finally feels like he has a group of men that can actually be trustworthy, where they can work together and actually have fun discovering new things. He's definitely excited about this opportunity and looks forward to being a part of this adventurous team. Additionally, he is getting very stir crazy, being at the university all day long and looking for any and every opportunity to go off world. And so that is Jonathan Reese.
Okay, brings us to today. Ghost, bring us home.
I'm Ghost. I'm playing Professor Zigzag, and Zigzag was hatched into chaos here in the food market of Dorado and Esperanza. His dad, Bartholomew, is a human merchant, took him in and raised him as his son. And Zigzag learned the value of hard work, the art of trade, and some cooking skills. Zigzag is not a human. He is a 4 foot tall, iridescently feathered, multi-armed, multi-eyed bird type alien. So he's a little strange. He's got some tentacly fingers and gecko feet. He can walk on the walls and the ceiling. So he's got a penchant for mischievous distractions, and those kept him from graduating college. But he became a junior researcher at Chronotech, and he's been here for I think 40 years. So Zigzag is a little bit older. We bring him to today. He's 42. And he's leaving Chronotech, his professorship, to join Otto Weber's research team. He's packed his tools, his patched overalls, and boundless energy. And he is excited for his quest.
Excellent. That was a great job, guys. That was really good. So let's talk about the city of Dorado. All 4 of you are going to be meeting the dean of Chronotech University, Lucius Vex. At Chronotech University, you've all been associated with it. It sits here in the northern, more bougie part of Dorado. Dorado is a city that is very advanced. It's got automated subways, clean streets. The inner city doesn't allow cars, pristine parks, but it's also got industrial sections. It's got a mining community. It's got docks and shipments. It's got a small, I'm going to call it shuttle port instead of spaceport, although technically you could land a spacecraft on it, or a proper starship on it. And the city itself is divided into a few different districts and sections. You got the merchants town down here. You've got Wolflight Square up here. Wolflight, by the way, Professor Wolflight, was one of the original professors studying the Droyan. He has a statue in the center of town. He's a revered figure here. And this city sort of hangs its hat on him and the university being their crown jewel. So without further Dorado stuff, we will switch to the very small bit of Chronotech University I've had time to make in preparation. And we come to a conference room in which Lucius Vex has gathered together Professor Otto and his team and another team of researchers. Sarah Tassa is known to Professor Zigzag because Sarah Tasser was Professor Zigzag's TA for years. An assistant professor that worked for him, and when Zigzag announced his retirement, Tassa applied to take over at least some of Professor Zigzag's duties and become a full professor, and she was declined by the university because they said she did not have enough field experience to be a professor of that type of archaeology class. Sort of out of rebellion of that, she got a team together and appealed to the dean to let her lead a research team to get that field experience that she needs. I don't know how Zigzag's going to feel about that whole scenario. I did just drop this on Ghost without warning him about it. I meant to. I apologize.
Sarah, I hope I wish you the best, but this isn't the best way to go about things.
Sarah's already upset as Zigzag is trying to, give her what is actually probably pretty good advice, considering she has zero field experience and the task put in front of you is quite dangerous. So you have Lucius Vex, and we kind of come into him ending a conversation with Sarah where he's like, I'm sorry that your last team member has not made it here on time, but we're not going to hold up this entire operation because one of your people didn't show up. We have a task in front of us, and sometimes if you want to be a field researcher, there are going to be obstacles and you're going to have to roll with the punches. And he's like, with that, can everyone please take their seats? Professor Otto, thank you for assembling a team so quickly and coming to join us for this briefing.
Thanks for giving us a chance. I look forward to helping out and finding something great for humanity.
Excellent. So here is the situation that is before us. As all of you are aware, Chronotech University has managed to acquire at great expense a relatively high-level scout ship capable of making 3 parsecs in a jump with advanced sensor suites and life scanning tools that could be of great research for off-planet exploration. But we have more people who want to crew it than it has room for crew. We have we have 2 leads on a very valuable Droyan artifact. I believe it's something that Professor Otto and Professor Zigzag have been pursuing for some time now. Because of that, I have decided that we are going to have a little competition here. I'm going to give one of the leads to each team. The first team to come back with the artifact wins the right to crew the ship. This is a very dangerous endeavor. It may take you off-world, it may take you into dangerous places. And as a team, you'll have to come together and do what is necessary outside of necessarily the reach of the university's ability to help you to get the job done. In front of you, I have a packet for each of you. They contain a couple bit of formalities, permits. You can carry light weapons. You can do a couple light archaeological digs, and a handful of credits for expenses.
Zigzag will reach into his bag immediately.
Okay. In it, he finds a stack of permit cards, and he finds Esperanza dollars, which are half the value of Galactic Alliance credits, and a Galactic Alliance credit chip.
Excellent. All right, so this is the per diem and everything right here. Then, okay. What kind of information can you give us?
So I'm going to give each of you your potential leads separately. Whichever group would like to go first can. And then he looks at Tassa, and Tassa's like, I'd like to go second to give my other crewmen a chance to show up. And he's like, very well. Would your team mind leaving the room? And with that, they file out.
Good luck, Sarah.
Thanks, Zigzag. Don't die.
She's a good egg. And I should know good eggs.
Very well. I do believe this is the more experienced team. So, I'm not gonna pull any punches here. No one who's gone looking for this particular artifact has come back. The lead we have is twofold. There is a scout survey for a mining corporation, and he said he came across a strange weather phenomena surrounding a building that looked like it could be Droian in nature. Judging by the description and the known Droian structures in the area, I think this could be a temple that either leads to or has in its possession a casting medallion. Casting medallion, as you know, is the basis of all the drone Coyns, and their ability to psionically determine cast if they've lost their ability to cast. It can restart a drone civilization.
That's amazing.
So, obviously we don't know anything about how they work. It could just be myth, but the existence of this temple suggests that it's real. Your first task will be to call or meet up with this surveyor and get him to hand over the information. He's already signaled a willingness to simply sell you the coordinates. And from there, you do whatever you need to do to get the medallion in return.
Where is it? Is it on the planet?
I'm assuming, since it's a mining corporation in the city that found it and they don't have access to starships, it's going to be on the planet.
Awesome. What's his name?
His name is... His name is not written down. His name is Randy Randleman. And I have his comm code for you. Gentlemen.
Yeah, excellent. I'll take that comm code. Well, I'll hand it out to everybody else too. Well, this is great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Vex.
Dean Vex.
Dean Vex. Yes, sir. We won't let you down. Are we allowed to leave early? Is that giving them an unfair advantage?
No, I expect you to. I expect you to go get to work. That is part of the expectation. Are you sure your team's up to for this, Dr. Otto?
Yeah. Yes. These are the smartest crew I could put together.
Okay. I have the utmost confidence in your abilities.
You said we could go, and Otto is already kind of backing away towards the door.
Did he leave his bag on the table?
No, he's got his bag with him.
Yeah.
Oh, can I pick it up?
Yeah, you should be able to pick it up.
Long click. I was trying to take things out. Thank you, sir. Come on, guys. We get an advantage.
So you guys file out in the hallway, and the other team files in. To get there, you notice they still don't have their other member of the party.
Good luck, Sarah.
Thanks.
Good egg.
Okay. So everybody's off the table now, right?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I did give you guys infinite bags with little hexagonal tokens so that, when we do inevitably fold your token up somewhere we're not supposed to, we have one we can pull. Okay. So you guys find yourself out in the courtyard in Chronotech University, having met with the dean. He's given you this exciting lead. What are you guys chatting about? Let's hear what's your plans.
So we've got a lead to Droyan casting coin. That's amazing, and it's here somewhere on the planet. We need to call the guy. Do you want to meet him? Do you want to meet him at the bar? Do you want to meet him at a coffee shop?
We should meet him wherever. Well, maybe he doesn't want to be met at all. But I was thinking, if he has to supply the same coordinates to the other team, what we should do is convince him to not do that, and we automatically win.
He said they had 2 leads, and why would the same lead go to the same person?
Good point. I missed that.
I do like
must
the way
have
you're
distracted.
thinking there, Zigzag, though. That is a great way of thinking. I like that.
All right, well, let's call him up. Randy
Randleman.
Randy.
Randleman.
This is Randy. Who's making the call?
Oh, we got it on speaker. Like, we've walked 12 feet into the thing, just wide open. Need to get
Right
this
in the middle of the
information
courtyard.
as fast as possible.
There's students going every which way.
Ducking under future frisbees. Yes. So, like, I envision us all huddling around a speakerphone.
Okay. This is Randy.
Hi, Randy. I was given your information by the dean of Chronotech University. He said that you are looking to maybe make some money off of the sale of some things. I'd wonder if you want to meet us somewhere in the town.
I mean, I can meet you if you'd like, but it's not necessary as long as your money's good and you can do a transfer. I'm happy to make the sale digitally. I do want you to know I'm just providing coordinates, not any guarantee that there's anything there. And I also should point out that this area is extremely dangerous. A couple of mining scouts went in there and they never came back out. I've also seen civilian traffic try to go in there and never come back out.
Yes, that's why we'd like to meet with you to get see if you know anything more about that. Like, tell us the types of ships that went in and didn't come back out, or just anything. Just pick your brain for a couple of minutes.
Sure.
It'll be a good meal.
Would you like to meet at maybe the park right outside the university?
Yeah, we'll be right there.
Excellent. So he walks you over to the park. He walks over to the park and he meets you. You guys find a hot dog stand or equivalent and sit down at a park bench. And this is he's a good old boy. I don't have a token for him. He's a miner, and he's he's kind of a salt of the earth person. He just stumbled across this thing. It wasn't like he was looking for it, and he was smart enough not to go into it.
You said it's like a building?
It's hard to see what kind of structure it is because of all the clouds. So I was doing an aerial survey, and there's this just persistent storm anytime a vehicle approaches the area. But it did look like there were some sort of columns or something in the center of a clearing. I didn't dare get any closer than that. It's got some wicked, I don't know if hail is the right term, but the storm throws up these... It just instantly forms when you get close, and it throws up these objects that have got to be a problem. I saw a couple of mining survey ships like mine try to dip in and do like a pass-through, and they came out the other side, tattered into a million pieces, and just crashed.
Goodness.
Yeah, and then I saw a civilian truck, just yesterday driving into there, and it's never come back out. I don't think it's going to. I don't even see wildlife on the thermal sensors in there.
Wow, fascinating.
What kind of range does this weather phenomenon have?
I'm gonna say it's a good 5 kilometers in each direction. It might even.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah, it is big, and the weirdest part is if you fly away. So if I take my scout ship and I fly away, the storm dissipates. It's only when a vehicle is approaching that the storm seems to form.
I was just wondering that myself, if it had something to do with the fact that it was a vehicle approaching versus anyone on foot.
You would not want to get caught in that hailstorm on foot. So, I mean, you might be right, but if you're wrong, you won't make it back out.
Got that.
How close to it, like, does the storm start building up? Like it when your vehicles are like 6 kilometers, 10 kilometers?
I'd say
close?
it's somewhere between 10 and 5. It varies. It seems to vary depending on the vehicle. I'm using a traditional airfoil plane. It's lower tech, and I seem to be able to get a little bit closer than, say, the guys in the G vehicles can. So I'm betting it relates to what kind of technology you're using, but I'm just guessing, man. I don't really know. I'm not a scientist. I look for shiny rocks for a living. That's what I do.
I mean, the shiny rocks are still pretty.
Indeed.
So, this is a weird question, and you might not notice because you were just doing your thing. Does it kind of look spherical? Does it look like it's emanating from one center thing, or can you get any guesses from that?
I don't know what you mean by spherical, but if you're asking if the storm forms over the same spot every time, yeah. Like that GPS point is actually for what I assume to be the heart of the storm.
Oh, that's cool.
Obviously, I didn't get
When was the last time you were out there?
just yesterday. I saw a truck driving in there. It's a dead man.
Huh.
What kind of truck?
He just points to. Oh no, we're in the center of town, so there wouldn't be any. He's like just a normal cargo truck, diesel flatbed.
Are there any normal delivery routes or anything like that would cause a truck to just normally just drive through there without?
Oh hell no!
Any,
There's not even any roads up there.
Oh, interesting.
Was there any identifying marks on the truck?
It was a beige truck with a canvas cover over the bed.
Have you seen those types of trucks before over there trying to go through that storm?
No. No, it's pretty new.
First time, okay.
How much do you want for these coordinates?
I was asking 10,000 Esperanza dollars for the coordinates. But I'll take galactic credits gladly if you want to give me 5K of those.
It's really steep.
Well, I mean, as far as I can tell, I'm the only one who has this information and has lived to tell about it. And it's pretty obvious from the university's reaction that you guys really want this. So I don't actually think it's that steep. I mean, this is barely a month's salary I'm asking for.
You're paid better than a professor, I'll tell you that. I have a bit of money, fellas, gentlemen. If you'd like to, reach into your deep pockets here. We did get some cash earlier, so.
Oh, I also want to make cards available for everyone who wants to transfer their sheet money into card money for easier tracking. What color you guys want? Red, purple, blue, silver, gold, black?
Oh, we got to have the black card, man.
Black card? Yep. Keep your money, because we are going to be doing different currencies. Keep your money on the card in galactic credit dollars. So if you move, so if like you go to an ATM and you put Esperons and dollars in, remember it's 2 Esperons and dollars to every 1 credit.
But okay, so if each of us puts out 25, there's 4 of us, right?
Yes.
That's
That
100K.
Oh, that's too much. He only wants 10.
He wants 10. So 25 each works.
And credits we got from character creation are the same thing as a galactic credit.
That is correct. It's also worth noting that if you go to an ATM, you can put galactic credits in, but you can't get them out. It'll always spit out currency at an ATM in Esperons and dollars.
He said he wanted 10,000.
How did Odubs end
Yeah,
up with
my
a stack of 30 of these things?
Each of us got 50.
Yeah, we got 50.
Each got 50?
Yeah, we each got 50 in the bag.
5,000. Yeah, that's correct.
Right. So this is, yeah, okay. It was only 5,000. So if each of us gives half, that is 10K. Yes.
All right, 25 on the table.
You know, there's a split function on these things, right?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, I had no
I've
clue
got
that
2,000 hours into the game, though, so
Why
don't feel bad.
is this over here?
We'll have to teach.
Missing one.
Right click on it. Split.
Oh, so it's that hard, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm getting my money.
SG.
Well done, sir.
All right. He's sitting there counting his thick stacks. And he's like, all right, gentlemen, he hands over a data wafer. It's literally a data wafer. It's like a little USB style thing. And all it's got on it is a set of GPS coordinates.
Like in a text doc.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great hot dogs. Great doing business with you. I really hope that you live for us to do business again. And he tips his hat and starts walking off.
Thanks, Randy.
Randy Randleman, guys. So, do you want to go like high orbit and try to scan it from the atmosphere? Do you want to get real close? Do we want to get a little bit closer to? Where are the coordinates?
Yeah, my guy. I'm bringing it up on the data pad right now.
Come on!
Aw, Matt.
That's right. We got a map.
Matt.
The graph. So, can't remember where we said Dorado was. It was this one, I think.
Yep, this guy.
Yep, that was it.
Yep. Okay. So, what you're looking for is in this hex here.
Alrighty. So we need to go a little bit southeast, and it looks like we'll be there in no time at all. But what did he say? Maybe do we want to go in on foot, or do we want to try to take a vehicle?
I like the idea of actually see if we can get some pictures or some video, us being able to check it out from a distance, and maybe use some binoculars and see what it looks like before we actually get too close where it clouds up.
Yeah. Does anybody have a drone? Or maybe some sort of robot?
Gus is like jumping up and down.
Oh, Gus, that's right.
But he said it was high technology. His winged vehicle didn't make the storm come up faster. But is there a city there? No, what is that? What's the thing? So there isn't a city there. It's just
There's an
a
arcology.
potential.
So in this case, you click on the little galactic map button, and it comes up Forbidden Droyan Arcology, meaning the dictator has determined that no one is allowed to go there.
Uh-oh.
I will say this, for somebody who's not supposed to be going there, we have a lot of experience of, people are actually visually seeing people going there a lot.
Well, that's true, but we also had the dictator's own brother, the dean, tell us to go. So
Also, it's worth noting that just because the arcology is forbidden doesn't mean the whole hex is. And your your coordinates are not for the arcology.
I see. Okay, so we got a little wiggle room here, fellas.
Absolutely.
So let's go, like lickety split, right?
I think we should probably take a look at some, like, it's not in a mountainous region or underwater or anything like that. It's a big, clear reason. Like, has there always been this storm there? But he said it was new and he kind of just stumbled upon it. Like, no satellite picked this thing up. Maybe we go look in some, like he said it was mining records and whatnot. Maybe we go pull some records and see if there's any sorts of reported anomalies in the area. Maybe get some more information on it before driving up to it.
I mean, you've got a computer. We can search that while we're on the way. We're also kind of in a race.
Speaking of which, who's got a car? Anybody? Or are we gonna have to get a taxi?
Did we park our? We were making a car, like our dream car put together. Did that come in? Or do we want to get a taxi and head on down real quick? Wait, no, taxis wouldn't drop us off there.
You put together a team and none of you have a vehicle?
I'm a doctor.
The vehicle's a group possession, so we never specified who it belonged to.
I'm sorry. I'm actually poking at Jonathan because I thought he had the car.
No, not me. I
Okay.
All right.
We'll call it. Zane's the best. Zane can drive it. But I for the whole thing, like we pulled our funds together, and there's a car waiting in the parking lot at the Chronotech.
Oh, you surprised us with a car?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's what we need to do. It went real fast. It's got a grabber arm. It's sealed. It's got a wet bar. I know you like the wet bar.
You
Wow.
got me. I do.
We're gonna be traveling in style, guys.
It's got some cargo space. Do we need anything? We're just driving out and we'll drive back. We don't want to spend the night out there. We don't need survival gear.
Not
Well, I don't
true.
know. I bring all our gear with us just because we don't know what we're gonna need.
I always have a bug out bag. I suggest that each of you get a bug out bag. Maybe even pack for a couple days.
So instead of flying out real fast, we're gonna go shopping real fast.
What, you guys don't have, like, rope and tarps and stuff?
No, I'm a doctor. I got a surgical kit. Like, don't keep rope lying around.
Wow. Okay. Sorry. Maybe I'm weird.
Oh no, you're fine. So let's get some survival stuff. Is there a shop somebody, or I think we should go scouting. Let's go scout it first.
Yeah, time is of the essence.
Then once we figure out what's happening, then we'll come back and see if we need to walk in and like camp for a couple of days as we walk slowly towards it.
Yeah, I think the scouting is a good idea. Just get a chance to see what we're getting into. It seems like this car that we have here is pretty quick and should get us there pretty fast and get us back. So it wouldn't be like a day trip so far.
Until it flies into the hail that destroys everything.
Well, we're going to try not to do that. I would suggest we fly at a little bit higher altitude so that the storm doesn't, quote unquote, see us.
Take some measurements. How wide is it? How tall is it? Does it go all the way up? Can we just fly straight into it from the tippity top?
and get a chance to see how far we can be from it before it actually starts to form. That might be some interesting information.
So can we have a scene of like complete dorks trying to unlock the car but still pulling the handle at the same time so it doesn't actually open the door? And there's like 30 seconds of hold on, I'll hit the button. But yeah, but I'm doing the doorknob and back and forth while we try to get in the car.
I'm just gonna hack the vehicle open. Hold on.
It's also like the size of a sedan on the inside. It's not like huge. Because remember, you guys only gave 4 tons to seating with 4 seats, so it's sitting in a car.
And we didn't put a trunk in.
You did. You've I think you put in.
It's got 1 ton.
It was.
Wait, it's got a whole ton of cargo? How? You had
No.
2 spaces of cargo. It should have
half a ton.
half a ton.
I gotta fix that.
See, this is what I meant. So yeah, I think it's half a ton.
All I know is I heard wet bar, so I think we're going to be perfectly fine.
I just wanted to point out, because the picture makes it look like it's a very big craft, but it's actually basically an air raft in size, but with a lot more gear, so it's super compact. Like every square inch of space on this thing is used optimally. With that said, who's the driver? You guys get the thing open, you're looking at it.
Ooh, I'm gonna drive.
I sit in the back.
Sounds like Dr. Hicks has dibs on driving.
He called shotgun. No, wait.
What?
Driver's gun. He's driving.
Yeah.
I'll take shotgun. There you go.
What could go wrong?
Zigzag guy in the back.
Okay. So, you gonna take it for test flight around town first, or are you gonna go straight for the site?
Oh no, I'm gonna check my mirrors and figure out how to use the headlights and etc. etc. Definitely gonna get used to this thing.
Okay, give me an easy forward to pass check to familiarize yourself with the vehicle. And roll 1d6 for how many tens of minutes that takes.
So this is dexterity, correct?
Yes, sir. Dexterity GV, or grav flight.
So 8.
Okay. And roll your time.
10 minutes.
Okay. So, Zane, it took me a minute to remember your character's name. He looks very comfortable driving the thing. Like, he's done a G vehicle before. He's filling the rest of you with a good deal of confidence.
I still put my seatbelt on.
Yeah, Jonathan's looking for the seatbelt too.
As you guys are putting your seatbelt on, you notice these braided yellow and black hooks that are in the area where you would like adjust your seat slider. It's sticking up, and it's got safety on/off on it.
Otto, what the heck?
What's this handle, Otto?
Ejection sheets. Are they cool?
No, that's terrifying.
Don't pull them.
Do you have? I know I was raised by a human, but Azorg tend to just pull stuff, touch things that they're not supposed to. This is causing some anxiety here, Otto.
If you pull it, it will cause rapid acceleration and anxiety. It's like 2 for 1.
I'll keep my hands, all of them, away from that.
Good plan.
While we're doing this, while we're driving and getting comfortable doing it, I'd like to pull up on my tablet. Is there a way I can get like the satellite images? Is that available on the internet?
There are no satellite images of this place.
That's unfortunate.
There's no weather data. There's no satellite images. There's no Google Maps. The entire hex is the giant, like it, and not just the hex, really every hex around it. This is an unexplored territory. That's why the mining ships were doing recon out here to look for veins. It's unexplored.
Yeah, we just need to get eyes on this thing.
It's an unexplored area. We don't have any satellite images. We can't pull up any weather data. We're going in a little bit blind.
That's what our people kind of do.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
There are sensors on this ship, though, right? This little
Mhm.
boat that you got. Could
Yeah.
you right there in the front seat? Sorry, Jonathan. Would you be able to hit that sensors button?
Sure, let me push the button here up. There we go. It's blinking now. What does that mean?
Oh, I thought you knew how to operate some sensors up there too.
I know what they are, and I got some general knowledge of them. Yes, but not my forte. But yeah, we can do that. We can definitely do some sensor stuff. Do we want to get going, or you want to start practicing sensors here?
I'm just making sure you know how all the switches and buttons of this thing work, right?
Well, it's good to look around this thing. I mean, there are a lot of buttons and switches, but yeah, thank goodness each one of these things is labeled, so that helps. But yes,
Pop the glove box up and see if there's the operator's manual and start reading up on what other fun things this thing can do. And unless anybody's got any objections, we'll start heading that way.
You also could say, "Hey, car, tell us what you can do." It's got a computer in there. Might even help with the sensors.
there you go. Sure got a fancy car, Otto.
I mean, we're going to explore and figure out. We're going to find a Droyan cast coin. Like that's amazing.
No, this is really going to be cool. This will be great for our careers finding this thing.
They're pretty rare to be found, like in an ancient place. They're pretty rare in general.
Well, I kept hearing from the dean it was like mythological kind of concept. I mean, has anybody found one of these things ever before?
They are normally in the drone possession. You know, they're not found outside very often. But it, like he said, it could also, like if a drone colony couldn't cast this thing could help them. So it's actually quite valuable, invaluable maybe.
Ronan, can you clarify your flight path for me?
Yes, sir. Move my little thingy over here. So I am going to.
I'm really looking for a description of how high you're going and what kind of course you're taking.
I'm going to stay over land as I figure out how to do this and kind of hug the coast. If you can see my little hand here, around. Not going to be going like sky high. Maybe a couple 100 feet, like high enough that I'll be significantly above the trees. But,
okay, clearing the trees.
but not like going over the mountains.
Okay.
But other side, not white line.
We're
Sorry.
gonna do the Indiana Jones thing. Take your draw tool and draw your course.
Make sure it's dotted now.
All right. How do
No
I use
straight
the draw
lines.
tool?
It's the pen. It's on the left hand top side, and you can change the color by going over to the right once you hover over it.
N.
And then you want plus and minus next to your backspace to make it smaller or bigger.
Yes.
Stop it. Made a dot. I'm so computer. Just
I'd
pushing.
start humming the music, but I don't want to bother. I don't want to affect any issues.
Okay, my minus button is not making it smaller.
Oh, then
That's a
it is as small as it can go.
Plus and minus next to the backspace key, just for clarification.
Haha. Maybe I can computer. So I'm gonna go this way.
Okay.
Stop here in front of the giant building thing that's down there, arcology,
Okay.
and then see if we can start picking up using sensors there, and then come around to the actual place.
Okay. This tab is the one you're looking for. That the arcology is on.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry,
His line is like 3
Giant.
inches above the thing.
Yeah.
If you look at it at a perfect angle, I understand exactly what he said.
Oh, I see.
That
It's
explains a lot.
floating. Yeah, it's like, what the hell?
Okay, so a descriptor. I think we tried too hard to do the line. I think we lost the complete plot because Zane got confused trying to draw it all pretty. What I really need. All right. So first off, do you fly over the arcology, and
No.
how close to this thing do you get? That is the bottom line.
My intention is to fly the coastline there to get in front of the arcology, about 10 kilometers away from the arcology itself, because we know that.
And you realize that you are not going to the arcology, right?
Totally aware that I'm not going to the arcology.
Okay.
But if I know that that's Droy, however you say it, I'm going to screw that up so many times. But I know that that's like from their technology and whatnot. I want to scan it with all the sensors that we can do, radiation, structural, everything that I can get without getting anywhere physically near it, and then move on to the actual site to see if there's similar, like I said, structural or radiation, like kind of match the signatures and structures of see if I can correlate some data back and forth. Does that make sense?
Kinda. You talked a lot of things that don't actually tell me the information I need, but I think I understand your intention, so we're gonna go with that.
Sorry.
It's all good. Your range on your sensors is 25 kilometers. So if you're going to go to maximum range on the arcology and scan it, you can circle 25 kilometers away and do that. Someone needs to make a sensors check while you're orbiting to do that.
I'll take care of that.
Okay. There is a computer package for electronic sensors. I believe that gives you a 1, and your current score is a 0. And you would add that with your education modifier to do it. I don't understand why Professor Zigzag isn't doing it, but
Zigzag might actually have better a chance than me.
he definitely does, but he distinctly asked you to do it. So I don't know if that was a oversight or if it's a role play decision.
No, I thought he was in the front seat. That's where the sensors were. In my head, it didn't make any sense either.
I mean, yes, you could definitely argue that the front seat could be where the sensors are. Although in this vehicle, you guys made it so you can make any decisions as regard to where the console is that you want.
I can do it though, Dubs. I was just also trying to give you a chance to do stuff.
No, it's all good. I hear you, and I'm happy to help and assist. But yeah, I'm not going to turn down an opportunity to do something to help out the team.
Since the sensor module is clearly in the back of the drawing, it almost makes sense to say that backseat is where the sensors are. Got a pilot, co-pilot up front, making sure because it goes super fast. In the back, we got the scientists.
Done. I agree. That makes sense.
I got an 11.
Okay.
Woo-hoo!
So you get your computer 1, your skill 1, and your education modifier.
Computer. I thought it was the
It's sensors.
sensors.
So you get a 1 there. You get one for the computer on the ship.
Right.
That's 2, and then your education modifier. I'm just walking through it, making sure we understand how all that works.
I got you.
Okay.
I will state that next time. I rolled a 9, and then it's a +2 for the computers and the scanner. Yep.
Okay. Could you please give me a description of what you're actually looking for on the sensors? And please don't just say everything.
Yeah, he said weather phenomenon, so I'm going to start there. I want to look for humidity and temperature changes, wind speed, any radiation would be nice, and we'll start with meteorological stuff.
Okay. Over the arcology, there are no abnormal weather phenomenon. The temperature is the same as it is everywhere else. Wind speed and everything seems normal. Doppler radar doesn't pick up anything that's like a unknown cloud formation. The arcology seems to just be an abandoned settlement.
I'm not getting any weather readings or anything that's crazy up here, but the scanners do go out quite a ways. I can start trying to scan where the coordinates said we should go.
Yeah. Start scanning, and I will move us closer, take us around the arcology, staying away from it, and move towards our coordinates.
Okay, so you're going to start. It's going to take you a minute because while the scanners go out 25 kilometers, this hex is huge. So like you'll be out of sight and mind of the arcology by the time you start getting super close to the. Go ahead.
I am also not driving fast, because in general most types of sensors function better on a stable platform than zipping as fast as possible through the air.
Yes, that's true. However, you have limited flight time, so try to keep that in mind. Because if you dawdle too much, you will probably run out of gas.
So let's stop maybe 15 kilometers from the coordinates if we get that far.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to take your existing sensors check, and you're looking for weather phenomenon. And unless you want to change what you're looking for, we won't make you re-roll it. At 15 kilometers out, there's still no sign of like a strange weather phenomenon over top of the site you're looking for.
Well, gents, it's not meteorological, so probably not a weather phenomenon. Maybe that miner was mistaken.
Well, he did say as you get closer is when it starts to appear. So let's bring her in. He said usually between 10 and 5 kilometers is when it starts to appear. So let's have all the sensors up and everybody paying attention, and we'll slowly approach it and see what happens.
All right.
All right.
When you guys
Moving toward.
when you guys hit 10 kilometers, out of nowhere, this storm cloud of a ethereal blue starts to swirl and spin right over top of the coordinates, and it starts growing in size as you start getting closer.
I've never seen anything like that before.
I'm gonna stop approaching it and kind of like hold position, so we can analyze it a little bit before we get any closer. Can we still see the structure itself, or is it just over it, or is it like surrounding it?
If you guys want to do a sensors check, so do like optical sensors, you can see if you can point your video pod at it, and if you can succeed. I'm going to say at this distance, it's going to be a formidable check, so it's a 10 plus.
I'm going to switch gears between the meteorological stuff. Maybe put the zoomy magnifying kit together for the optical sensors, and away we go. My +2, I rolled a 5. +2 is 7.
Okay. The treetops are just blocking you. Like, you're pretty sure you're pointed the camera directly at underneath the storm, but because of the angle you're at, you can't see through the trees.
Hey, Doctor, what's our current altitude? What's our height that we are flying?
Just above the trees. Do you want me to take it higher?
Can we get Zigzag to measure the complete distance from left to right? Because we're pretty safe right here. So see if he can get a good measurement of how tall long it is, and then I want us to go up over the top of that. I think that's what Jonathan was going for too. Sorry if I stepped on your toes.
No, you're good. Hey, great minds think alike.
You're really into the theory that it's a bubble, huh?
I'm just wondering if it's actually something that's kind of, I mean, is it radiating from a specific source? If it is, then it would be kind of equal. Is it an equal radiation from it? I mean, is it, you know, is it like, is it a circle or is it an oval or is it a square or, that kind of idea?
Right. Well, we don't want to get too close, and it still seems to be growing from where I'm sitting.
Well, we could also take some data down to see at what rate it actually grows, how fast and how far it goes.
We should try to get this on video. Can we get up a little higher? Push the sensors roll, maybe?
Yeah. Oh. Can't
So-
get her out.
The wind speed, what, you're at 10 kilometers now?
That's what you said, yes.
Yeah. Well, we said 15. We're moving altitude up, and then we're gonna approach it up to 10.
So you're going to stay at 10 out. Okay. So as you get higher in altitude, there's going to be a little bit of wind buffering as you move through the different layers of the atmosphere. But since you're not getting any closer than 10, you can go ahead and take your sensors roll again. With the increased altitude, I'll give you a +1. Still a 10 to pass, though.
I rolled 7 on the dice, +3. 10.
Okay. Excellent. Let me do a thing. The camera pans in, and you start to get views of the structures in the area. They are these giant obelisks that at first you thought were like the tops of really tall trees, but now that you're looking in, there are obelisks arrayed at the edges of the site. And the storm runs all the way out to them. Like as it is right now. And the storm is above this this site. Your video camera pans upward to zoom in on some of the storm, and you realize that it's not rain that's falling. They look like shards of purple glass that are coming down.
That's very interesting, fellas. Do you see that? It looks like little shards of like purple stone or glass or something.
That could definitely debilitate a car or a machine going through there.
And we're seeing this on the optical sensors, so I mean, it's not an illusion.
Are the crystals breaking when they hit the ground?
Not usually, no. They're digging in like knives. However, you will notice if you continue, well, you're 10 kilometers away. You're going to have to get much closer to get more details than that. Really, you probably can't even see that.
Okay.
You guys are playing super conservative, so I got to throttle your information a little bit.
Right. Gentlemen, I think that we should land and try to walk in. See if it behaves any different.
Shall we, can we, Zigzag, can you switch from the optical sensors over to radar, lidar-ish, see if there's any signatures inside the clouds? Are they just, they've got to be being formed up there to fall somehow?
Sure thing. I'll, instead of looking at the ground, I'll turn off the optical sensors and reconfigure it with the radar and the lidar. Shoot it at the clouds. You thinking they're seated or something?
I mean, they've got to be, they're on-call, giant purple glass spiky raindrops, they've got to be created somehow. You said 9?
Yeah, I rolled a 7 and it's +2.
Oh, okay. So with a 9, it looks like a hailstorm specifically. Like you can see the hail forming and falling, and other than the unusual shape and color, it's behaving just like a hailstorm.
Okay.
If you got closer, you might be able to do some more spectrometry or, other things to try to figure out what the contents of the clouds were. But at this range, all you're going to get is a hailstorm.
Right.
I think we need to get a little closer, guys. Get a little closer to those cloud stuff. See if we can get a sample of something.
Let's move in closer to approximately, like you said, that 5K was the closest anybody got. So let's slowly bring it into 5K. Watching it, seeing if it grows any further than it is. And if it starts growing to within 1K of us, I'm gonna stop the approach.
While you're going down, I'm going to kind of pay attention to what's going on around the vehicle, see if anything's hitting us or bouncing off us. It might be causing us some damage too.
I believe Thodub's just said he's looking out the window.
I am looking out the window.
But he said it really well.
He said it really well. Yes, he did.
I did.
I like it. Okay, so as you get closer, the storm grows exponentially. Like, it grows in proportion to your approach. If you go all the way up to the 5K, it's going to envelop you.
No, not going up. Like, if I get to the point that it is the edge of it is ever within 1K of us, I'm going to stop the approach.
That seems to be around 8, total.
So we should be able to, like, math it out real quick. Well, our characters would be able to math it out. I don't know if I'm actually that smart, but to see, like, to recognize its growth versus how close we are to it. But yeah, it should be around 8.
So, quick question. I know that we had already mentioned this earlier. I just want to get some reiteration on it. Does the storm or cloud area ever go past the 6 pillars on the outside of the map?
It does now because you got closer.
Okay, all right. I wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay, thank you.
The 6 pillars are the smallest it gets.
Perfect.
All right. You guys want me to land and let's hoof it in the next 8 kilometers? Or did you want me to? We should do some more spectrum analysis on it to see if we can detect anything else. Is there any sort of heat thermal readings coming from the obelisks there, Zigzag?
Well, I would be able to see them, actually. I can see an infrared.
The answer is no. They're
Are
not
Okay.
radiating heat.
Are they radiating?
They're the same as the background temperature.
So the temperature's stable then. It's just the same. Was it the temperature the same before the cloud started, or?
Yes, that's a good question, actually, Thodubs. It is the same temperature in the storm as out of the storm.
Perfect.
But these ice crystals are no colder than the surrounding air?
The ice crystals appear to be colder. I mean, they themselves would be colder, but like when they hit the ground, they start melting.
I see.
Hey, Zigzag, are you able to see the ground at all? I mean, I would assume every time the storm pops up, each one of these crystals, the ground has to be just littered with damage from these things hitting the ground all the time.
Yeah, we can. You want to change to optical sensors? I can zoom in on the ground a little bit from here.
Well, I just don't know if we may have the ability to. It'd be nice to check it out, see if that's possible.
To save time, because I don't know where Thodubs is going with this, yes, the flora and fauna, like there is no animal life, and the plants would show signs not of a constant happening, because it doesn't happen constantly, but of it having happened in the past.
Gotcha. Thanks.
I'm ready to hoof it.
Dr. Zane, how much gas do we have left? We can make it back safely?
I'm gonna look down and check on my gas gauge.
You have about 60% fuel left.
Yeah, we should probably park it. We're almost to half fuel.
All right, find a nice safe spot. Let's put her down gentle. Let's see what happens when we turn off the vehicle. Maybe the storms will go closer in.
Zigzag, before we lower it down, can you turn the sensors around and see if we're being followed?
Sure thing. I'm out with my kids right now. Hold on.
Somebody roll his dice for him.
Yeah, roll my dice for me.
That's
I got a 5.
5 plus 2 is 7. You have no idea.
Okay. Then down we go. I'm gonna search around and see if I can find a nice, easy place to land in that's somewhat concealed.
All important distance from the phenomenon?
Say again?
What is your all important distance from the phenomenon? I'm going to ask you this question like 100 times, so just get used to just telling me every time you're saying I'm flying, how far away from it you are.
I'm staying like same distance, so 8K away from.
You're staying 8K away. Okay, just raw number is fine. I have to constantly adjust the behavior of everything else based on that one fact.
Roger. Yeah, it's staying at 8K so it doesn't envelop the ship.
Okay, but you're right up against the edge of it, so you set it down, and like it'd be one of the situations where you ever seen it like raining across the street.
Yep.
That's what's happening.
Cut the engines.
I'm gonna turn it off and see what happens.
Nothing changes.
It's already detected a vehicle then, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna try another thing, guys. I'm gonna get back in the vehicle and move the vehicle back to see if it gets smaller as the vehicle.
Okay, you're leaving everybody else here?
Yep.
I'm just giving a second to see if anyone can test this plan.
No, I'll stay here.
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay.
I got comms.
Okay.
Are comms still functional?
Yes, your comms are still functional.
Okay, so the storm is not affecting our communications at all right now.
As you look across this area towards this thing, it is literally like machine gun fire of razor blades coming down from the sky. If you were standing in it, you'd be hamburger. And it's 10, 20 feet away from where you're at. And then the engines start up, and the only vehicle that can protect you from it, and Zane lifts off. Go ahead and give me a piloting check. 12? Awesome. That's very fortuitous. It's very good that you rolled that good. Okay, so he starts moving away, and it does seem to symmetrically match. Like, as he backs the vehicle away, the storm starts to recede, proportionate to how far away he moves. How far away are you going to go?
Guys, you seeing this?
Yeah, it does seem to be moving away.
That's fascinating.
All right. Are the little ice crystal thingies still on the ground in front of you?
Yeah, can I go pick up a piece of hail
Sure.
or razor blade?
There are
No,
lots of options.
don't touch it with your bare hands. You're just gonna raw dog that? No way.
I mean, I've
Gus
got
can help out.
gloves on,
You have a robot.
but it's right there. You just touch it.
Hey, Gus, there's another power cell in it for you if you go and do that.
I'm holding him like, hey, Gus, look at this. Is this cool or what?
Okay, so Otto and Gus have walked out into the field of shards. You've got to be a little careful out here because you don't want to step on these things. They're like spikes sticking up out of the ground, and because they're melting somewhat rapidly, they're very sharp on top too.
So I'm now very cautious of where I'm stepping. Gus is floating along behind me, and I say, does it just feel like ice? Is it just a piece of purple ice?
Do you pick one up?
Yeah.
Please give me a dexterity check, just a raw dexterity check.
7 + 1's an 8.
Okay. All right. So you reach down and you pull one out of the ground, and your finger slips ever so slightly on the front of it. And just that little bit of slip cuts your finger all the way to the bone. They are razor sharp. What's worse is it burns like a motherfucker. Whatever this purple liquid is, it's not water. And like everywhere it made contact with your skin is on fire to the point where you drop it and it shatters into a million pieces on the ground.
It got me.
Oh my!
As I now am like slowly walking back, like all in. Oh, got it right on the finger.
Please tell me
Put it in your
tell me
mouth.
you just put that in your mouth. All right, roll endurance.
Just so we're on the same page, the doctor is nowhere near you.
Yeah, no.
And do not bring the ship closer to Otto, because that'll expand the cloud.
8 + 1, that's a 9.
Okay. You get so you as soon as you put your finger in your mouth, a little bit of it gets in there, and you immediately like your brain goes nope, and you immediately spew, getting all of it out of your mouth.
Otto, let me see your finger. I've got a bandage here. I'm gonna pull open my first aid kit in my backpack, and I'm gonna try to do a medic check.
Guys, what's going on?
Oh my god, boxcars. 12 plus 1 plus 2.
He's just got a spare finger in his bag.
We're wrapping him up. I've actually I seem to have this bandage here and a little bit of alcohol. It looks like the alcohol may be washing it out a little bit better.
Oh,
it's to the bone.
You're using rubbing alcohol. Good call. So there's a residue of the purple liquid. As you put rubbing alcohol on the residue, it breaks down. Like really rapidly breaks down. Do you have a medical scanner?
I do not with me. No.
Okay. So that's going to be the extent of what you're going to notice. Whatever this stuff is, the rubbing alcohol seems to be able to dissolve it, not instantly, but quickly.
That seems to be helping you, Mr. Otto.
My body involuntarily. I'm not putting it back in my mouth. Thanks for the bandage. We might need a doctor closer. Let's all walk as far as we feel. Let's walk a good 150, 250 yards away from the field of death and call the ship back in. Ouch.
How long do you think it took you to put that bandage on? 2-3 minutes?
Probably.
The field of shards has reduced from butcher knife size to pen size in that time.
These crystals are fascinating. They seem to melt, but whatever they're made of doesn't seem to kill the land around it. Just it hurts you a lot.
Yeah. So we should get the doctor back with the ship, have him run some medical scans of the liquid that's there. It's frozen, I say questionmarkingly. And it's poison. I say, no, I know it's poison. I almost died.
Also very reactive to alcohol.
Oh, yep.
All right. Well, let's call Zane back in with the ship, and we'll get you. Let's get like far enough away as a group that we can walk in.
Yeah, we're walking back to Zane can get close, and then we're gonna walk back in.
Okay. You guys go 250 yards away. There's plenty of room. Zane very carefully brings the shuttle back. Zane, you'd be pretty impressed at the patch job that was done on Otto. It's top notch.
Nice job.
Thanks. I've watched a couple videos.
Just a few. Did we get a sample of this stuff?
No, but oh, how fast did you get back in? Maybe there's still some in the water. And maybe some of it pooled in the field over there. I tried to pick one up. They're really slippery.
Can I inspect? Can I pull the bandage off and inspect his wound and see if there's anything I can?
You can. You don't need to roll for it because there won't be enough residue left. Like you would know just by looking at it. The wound's been cleaned out pretty thoroughly.
Okay.
I used alcohol. I don't know medically what that could mean, but maybe you could. Seem to break down the molecular structure of whatever purple goot that is.
I mean, that's good to know.
I was trying to brainstorm how that could help us. Maybe cover each of us with alcohol for some reason.
I would like to point out the one thing that I did notice is I thought that with Gus being out there with Otto, that because Gus is electronic, that might be something that would cause the cloud to either stay the same or grow after we move the ship. But it seems that Gus's electronics are not big enough or advanced enough or something where they are actually being picked up by the cloud.
That's an astute observation.
You guys also said that the shards got smaller over time?
Yes, they seem to have melted, yes.
So
How quickly did they melt?
Just over the course of a few minutes, they had melted probably a quarter or 3/4 of their size.
I mean, we could just, like, the ship's turned off and whatnot. We could see if it, like, stops. Give it a couple minutes and see if the storm dies down, or do we need to move the ship all the way back and hoof it? Yeah.
Well, the cloud formation, I think, didn't start till 15 clicks? Is that what it was?
Yep.
So at 15 kilometers in this terrain, I don't think any of you are actually prepared to do that.
No, we are not.
So I'll suggest another option, just if anybody's willing, looking for naysayers also. We could also drop off the team here, have the ship moved out to 15 clicks, and then that should reduce the cloud formation, kind of similar to what we saw when Dr. Hicks moved the ship previously. It kind of shrunk. Maybe that might give the team of 3 an opportunity to go investigate further.
I think it is a sound idea, but if we're gonna pull the ship that far back, why don't we just go back, get supplies, and hoof it in from 15 clicks out?
I'm good with that too.
Or we could wait and see if everything being shut down, just like if it dies down on its own. Or there's some other, like, we can, because we do have limited fuel left, but we could just fly up and see if we can get over it like we originally said, and then potentially dump rubbing alcohol in to see if that changes the structure of these little things or not. But we don't have that kind of rubbing alcohol on us at the moment. Just another idea.
Also,
always take the alcohol and atomize it.
Your ship would not possibly carry enough to have any effect on a storm this size.
Otto, would Gus be able to get closer without dying?
Give him a shot. Tell him to go see if he can collect a sample.
Gus, you tell him.
Gus, best friend, I need you to go get some purple crystals. It's not terrazine.
It's not terrazine. Hold on a second, I gotta pull up Gus's card. Now I know.
Is that like a brand? Like, I can't believe it's not butter.
Terrazine?
Just the phrase, it's not Terrazine.
Did I not bring Gus's card into the game? Thought I did. Didn't. Okay. It's fine. I got it over here. Does not have any armor, right? It's just his hits.
Correct.
Okay. How far does Gus want to go in?
Like 2 feet.
He's small and he's spindly and he's fast, so he doesn't get hit in the first 2 feet.
Can he pick up a crystal and get back out?
Sure. Why don't you do his roll to manipulate? It's a dexterity roll.
Eight plus 1 is a 9.
All right. He plucks one up and zips back out. On his way back out, one shard impacts Gus. It does 5 points of damage. But he brings back an extra shard.
Oh no, it seems like he's sparking a little bit.
I gotta fix him. Oh, Gus, Gus, you were so brave, though. You've got 2 shards. That's better than just one. Dr.
Let's
Zane,
analyze it.
scan him.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up there and chemical gloves and all that stuff.
Who has chemistry as a science?
We don't have chemistry.
Nobody has
I have
chemistry?
biology. I have biology.
Not here.
Just roboticism.
Okay. Biology and geology could work together and analyze this.
Let's do it.
So give me science rolls, and these are intellect rolls because you've never seen anything like this.
Nice. I have a +3 to this then.
I've got an 11.
I rolled an 8 and an 11. I got an 11 as well.
Excellent. Okay. So you guys scan these things. They are some organic, almost plant-based amber. And it's rapidly grown and rapidly dissolved. So, like, amber is notoriously long-lived and strong. But whatever has formed this amber it's like flash-grown it and it melts. Just in atmosphere, as you saw, it just dissolves. So it's an incredibly interesting material, but also being 100% organic, like, you wouldn't want to drink it. But it's not going to, like, poison the ground around you. And it would be much easier to make a construct that does this, that was made of chemicals that would poison the ground, which actually denotes that if this is an artificially constructed thing, it's very advanced.
Like, it's purposely designed to defend it without permanently damaging everything around it.
Bingo.
Amazing.
All right, now how do we get past it?
But yet it only seems to be interactive when it comes down to electronics or something that has to do with the specific ship or vehicle that we're in.
There's one thing that I would like to have done because you guys did go up to the edge of the storm. Everybody roll a perception check that went up to the edge, and Gus gets one too.
Recon.
That would be not me.
Not me either. I was in the car.
The car was with me.
You had intellect to recon?
That's correct, yes.
I'd have got an 8.
Okay, bare minimum auto sees it.
I got an 11.
Excellent. You have advanced vision, don't you?
I do.
Okay. An 11's probably good enough for me to give you most of the details. One of the obelisks is like right at the edge of the storm. And at the base of the obelisk, there's some sort of rune. And you've studied the Droyan enough to know that it's one of the symbols they put on their coins. It's one of their concepts that they will mint a coin for. And it's when I say it's the bottom of the obelisk, it's like 2 stories tall. It's massive.
Gentlemen, I think that this is some sort of protective technology, protective of one of the coins. I think that this is, the coordinates are correct. We'll need to get in there. So here's the question. Do we go back for gear? Or do we hoof it with what we've got?
15 kilometers is a long way. What kind? Looking behind us, like what kind of terrain are we talking about?
Incredibly difficult, thick forests. It's not going to be an easy hike. There's a reason very few people come up here. With that said, someone drove a truck into here. You were told that already. But it's also, and I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to anyway. Have you guys stopped to consider what happens if you hoof it in here and the rain starts while you're inside the storm?
Dead.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a little bit nervous right now of another vehicle, perhaps flying by.
Oh, that's a good observation there. Oh my gosh, you're right. Somebody else decides to come over here and we're dead too, because it'll start expanding.
Yes.
What if we go get a little cart with 4-wheel drive and a roof that we can put a little pool on filled with alcohol, and we'll drive in there with the pool of alcohol sloshing around, but it'll protect us from the shards.
That's not a bad idea. Or, you said you saw that symbol on the obelisk?
That's true, yeah.
Could we present a similar symbol to the obelisk?
You're saying turn it off somehow.
I mean, we could raid the, I think it said it was a Droyan architect thing that we stopped at, that there was nothing there. If there's a ancient thing there, we could use that as our key to get in.
Are we able to get close enough to the obelisk where we can read and see if there's any writing or anything like that that's on the obelisk?
You can try.
I just don't know if the storm is enveloping the obelisk or if we're not able to do that.
It is inside the storm.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's an answer.
However, have a vehicle.
Yeah, with optical sensors, like we could point that sucker at it.
There you go.
That is not what I meant, and you know it.
It seems like we could drive into the storm or fly into the storm, but I don't know about walking in. That seems very dangerous.
But if we go farther away from the storm gets smaller, right?
Yes.
It almost seems like kind of certain death if we drive into the storm, since that's happened multiple times from what we've heard from Randy.
And what happens if someone flies by when you're on this 15-kilometer trek? Or what if its ability to detect technology is stronger the closer you get to the center?
So it sounds like we have only one option then.
You have plenty of options.
Let's go get a tank.
Kiddie pool sized.
We could get a drill and drill into the ground and make our tunnel. to the
Now you're
center.
thinking like a university professor. These are ideas. Let's keep brainstorming. Throw some stuff out. Nothing wrong.
Did we want to walk around the perimeter of these obelisks, or the perimeter of the storm, and see if there's any, or fly around it at least, to see if there's any type of other way in?
I don't know that we have the fuel for that.
All right.
Of the 40% of the fuel you used 39.5 of it getting here, and the other 0.5% doing all the things you've just done around the storm.
Oh, okay.
So it takes 40% to get back. So we have a little bit of fluff room to mess around here if we want to do stuff. So we got a couple things, like as far as the vehicle goes, like we can crank her up and see how far we get, and like blast right over to one of those obelisks if we want, and then land. But that would be an insane job for any pilot.
I'll strip naked, carry no electronics with me whatsoever, and go in there and scout it out. If you guys could just, I don't know, make sure no one flies over.
I don't know that.
Get on the radio and say no fly zone.
During the time that we've been talking, has the storm changed size? Has it gotten smaller? Intensity? Has it gotten bigger?
Nope, you guys are parked, right?
Yes.
And no, it stayed exactly the same.
Okay. So it is definitely a ship thing. Okay.
I will say that if the wind blows hard enough, it might move some of the shards like a few yards. Like
That
there's
makes
a
sense.
little bit of wiggle room, but not a lot.
Is this wind coming from inside the storm center?
So it does seem like the closer you get into the storm, there is some wind generated by the clouds that are being formed. It's also worth noting that the clouds are an unusual color. They're an ethereal blue, and the shards are purple. So like it's probably related.
Do we hear anything strange going on besides, I mean, is there any strange sounds going on or any strange smells?
Only the beating of your terrified heart.
There's no upward drafts and like sounds of thunder as
There's no thunder, but you would hear some howling wind.
well, do you want to look for the road that truck came in on?
There are no roads.
How'd the truck get through the woods?
Very slowly. You guys could go get a wheeled vehicle. Originally, I thought you were coming in on a wheeled vehicle. It's just
And we'd make it just as far as the truck did.
well,
Can we see any wreckage around where we're at?
no. Now, when you were up in the air and you had the opto thing, you might have been able to see some wreckage, but you guys weren't really looking for it.
No, you're right.
All right, so I've heard 3 okay ideas. 2 of them were mine. So, Otto, do you have any ideas?
I like the. I mean, I it's so dangerous, but just hiking in would be good. Having a shield over our heads is good. If we could find something that these things don't go through, that's even better. But just presenting it with the key is I don't know. I think maybe we investigate the Droin. There's a very special word for it. Archaeology.
I think the like the rune on the obelisk has something to do with this. Like, Have any of you guys that have studied these guys before, like, seen this rune before? Like, have you, like, do we know anything about it? Like, what, like, that
So
we could use?
as a basic answer, the answer is going to be yes. Anyone who has any ranks in archaeology is going to know that the Droyan use things called Coyns, spelled with a Y, as part of their casting system, and that these coins are derivative of the casting medallions. That is the artifact you're looking for. So the casting medallion is like a full set into one, and it has some sort of mythical ability to like psionically change any drone or potentially anyone psionic who encounters one. The coins are something they use in their culture, but they're based on this thing.
Thank you.
Any more advanced answers than that? Like, what is it? What is this particular one? You guys will have to roll for. But that's like elementary school archaeology for it.
I'll take a roll for one of those to get more information on that.
Ask a specific question, please.
I would like to know. So, is this you say coin? Is this a piece of a larger thing, or is it just an individual? And is it what color is it?
You're talking about the coins themselves, or you're talking about the symbol? I don't know what piece of a larger thing. I don't understand that. So coins, COYN, elementary school level, is a set of actual coins that drone use as part of their culture. They're usually in sets of between 38 and 42, and they have different symbols on them that mean different concepts in their culture.
I'm assuming this is something that I would already know as far as being in archaeology, but is this a form of communication? Is it a form of currency?
It's
A
cultural.
social structure.
Yeah.
Cultural. Okay.
The one that we saw, what is its purpose in the culture?
That is you need to make a roll for question. That's what I thought you guys were going to ask.
Okay, yeah, so I would like to ask that question.
Okay, make a roll. Let's see. Anyone who has archaeology can make a roll to see if they recognize the symbol.
So roll the 9, have archaeology of a 2, which gives me 11, have an intelligence of 1, which goes up to 12.
Awesome. So anyone who rolls a 10 or higher will understand that this is a derivative. So a computer probably couldn't tell you this because you're looking at it and using your brain and saying it's not exactly this symbol, but it's close enough that like the way the symbol would have changed over the hundreds of years. This is the symbol for inheritance.
All right, guys, so this kind of looks like the symbol for inheritance from that culture. Did we say that each one of these columns actually has one of these runes in it?
Negative. We have not confirmed that yet. I just saw the one rune meaning inheritance.
Yeah, you guys are standing in a group outside the car, looking at this obelisk in the storm, like across the way. Like you're standing at the edge of the storm, and you can see the obelisk in the distance. And
Okay.
Zigzag just has really good vision and can see it. And you guys have cameras and stuff, so you can take pictures of it.
I would definitely take some photographs of this for our records.
Well, let's get in the car and go around, like fly around it to the other 5 obelisks and see if we can see if there are different of the coins on the other 5.
How are we on fuel to do that, Doctor?
We got a lot left for this kind of stuff.
All right, if we do, then I think that's a great idea. I want to see if these runes are different on each one of these obelisks.
Let's check it out.
All right, load her back up.
Did anyone else make that archaeology roll, or do we just put it all on Thodubs and say, oh, well, he passed?
I saw somebody else rolling, but I don't know who it was.
I rolled a 4, and then I only got a +3, so that's a 7. So I didn't make it. So yes, it was all on Thodubs.
Okay. Thodubs, there's a nagging feeling that you're not remembering something as you go through this. Maybe it'll come to you later.
Oh man, there's just something I seem to be forgetting, something I've read or something I've studied. Just let's go to that second obelisk and see if it'll come to me soon.
Alrighty. Everybody in?
Yep.
All aboard, Cupcake Island.
Yeah. Zigzag, can you look for any sort of wreckage from these ships that have been flying in here, or the truck, or while we fly around this thing?
Yeah, I'll look around.
Also, if any of you have navigation, you could probably give a bonus to Ronan if you by making a navigation for the best course to keep him within the optimal, range. But if nobody has navigation, Ronan can just make his check.
Well, I was reconning. I had a 13 for recon.
Excellent. You do find the crash site that Randleman mentioned about 2 of the recon ships trying to fly through at max speed. They're outside of the current storm. They apparently flew through it, took a tremendous amount of damage. It looked like they've been shot up with machine guns and then crashed in the side of a hillside. The reason you spotted it was because it caught the woods on fire and there's a huge blackened bit.
Oh, probably nothing salvageable.
Probably not.
Sweet. Alright, so no navigation help, rolling.
The car has a navigation system.
Car does have a navigation system.
Yes, but somebody's still got to make the roll with the assistance of it, right?
Yes.
I'd also like to add we don't have to get right up to the obelisk. We could just get within sensor's view.
We can't get up to the obelisk.
Okay,
Car
just
will be shot.
making sure.
Basically, what he's saying is you're already getting as far away as you can.
Gotcha.
I need somebody to make the navigation roll.
The navigation check with the... It's a
computer.
+1, I think, for the car.
I rolled an 8. Navigation gets us a +2 for a 10. I don't have navigation, so that's -3. But I have an education, which is +1, so that's an 8.
Okay. You can take a boost dice, Ryan.
Okie dokie.
Skin of our teeth.
I mean, really, I should have made it a chain, but, he just made an 8, so we're going to give you a boost dice.
Much.
7, 8.
Hey, it's an 8. It's a pass. Because you're not actually in the storm, you don't need to make a 10. You can get by with an 8. So you get to the next obelisk. The next obelisk, someone needs to sensors check on it, and someone needs to archaeology it. And we can do this one of 2 ways. I can chain this thing together, and we can just do a set of checks to do all of them. Or you guys can do each one individually. The advantage of doing all of them is obviously that if you succeed, it's much faster. But you only get the one shot.
I'm good with doing all of them. I mean, what do you guys think?
I haven't finished explaining yet. If you fail, then you don't succeed. You only get the one shot. If you do them one at a time, you'll at least get pieces, because you will succeed in bits.
Any votes, guys?
I'm okay with doing it in bits.
Yeah, we're scientists. We take our time and do them one at a time.
Scientific method. We have to change our steps if anything changes, for variables.
Okay.
In pieces it is.
So you guys owe me 5 piloting checks, 5 sensor checks, and 5 archaeology checks. And I'm going to hit the head. I'll be back.
Every one of the sensors done by different people, correct? I do the piloting.
Yeah,
archaeology.
Each of those checks should be done by different people.
Okay.
You could conceivably double up sensors and archaeology, but I would not want to double up piloting with anything else, considering...
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
Got you a 9 on navigation. Two. Got you 9, 8, 11, 6, 12 on navigations.
Sweet.
Archaeologies are 8, 7, 10, 4, 8.
Archaeologies 12, 10, 11, 12, 7.
You blasted those archaeologies, man.
Yeah. I got like a 2 in arc.
That's
And
great.
then piloting is 8, 8, 9, 10, 12.
It's too bad archaeology is education and not intellect.
For real. It's true.
Were Zigzag not running the sensors?
Oh no, I'm sorry. If those are sensors checks, that's even better.
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
We needed piloting, sensors, and archaeology.
Navigation. Hell.
Yeah, and Ghost, you're right. I got to reduce those by 1 because it was education instead of intelligence. So it's 11, 9, 10, 11, 6.
All right, I'm back.
The sensors are a +2, so I actually increase these to 9, 8, 11, 5, 9. Cool. Sensors a go-go.
So did we crash?
No.
Excellent. Did we sensors?
Assuming 8 was the number we needed, we did not crash.
8 is the number you needed.
Yep, then all of them passed.
We censored 4 out of 5.
Okay. How did those archaeology checks go?
4 out of 5.
Okay. So the 4 you get, you directly identify worker, warrior, drone, and technician as concepts that are on the obelisks. Those are also castes within Droyan society. And this, Thodubs, I need an idea roll from you, or in this it would be a intelligence roll, just a raw intelligence roll. 8 to pass.
And at 8 it is.
The symbol for inheritance is also the symbol for teacher, which is also the symbol for leader, which is a caste.
Can you reread these? So it came up with worker, warrior, drone, I think was one of them.
Yep, and technician. And then the first one you saw, the one you thought was inheritance, well, technically it is inheritance. That symbol also means teacher and leader is a caste, because all these things you just found on this obelisk, they're all castes. So with your idea roll, you realize it probably doesn't mean inheritance. It probably means leader.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We're still missing one.
I'd also like to point out that if you were flying around doing all those recon rolls, were any of them above a 12 or at or above a 12?
Wait, recon or sensors?
Sensors, sorry.
Sensors, no. None of them were over 12.
Okay. What was your highest roll?
An 11.
Oh, well, that's close enough to give you some of it. You would lay eyes on the center structure while you're doing that pass.
Yeah.
You would notice that there are vents. There's these spheres with this gas bubbling up through it that is the same color as the clouds. Furthermore, there are the exact number of these interior columns and arrayed in the same way as the exterior monoliths.
There's some sort of structural symmetry here with these columns and obelisks. And I think we have 5 of the 6, if I'm not mistaken. Worker, warrior, drone, leader, technician. I am assuming that maybe we need one more word. And we'd maybe identify these different runes.
Jonathan, do you know what other castes, like in all your archaeology digging around, what other castes exist in their society?
This is probably something that I probably should know. Was that the intelligence roll that I had where I seemed to remember something but couldn't quite put my finger on it?
Yeah, that was your intelligence roll to figure out that inheritance means leader.
That's what I figured.
Roll archaeology to see if you can remember what the 6th caste is.
And we have a 7.
You have 1 player point from character creation. Would you like to spend it to make this a successful roll?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, well, take yourself to 0 player points, and the final cast is sport.
All right, so based off of that information that I have understand, the last one is sport.
They must fit outside the traditional caste system.
Did you say you must fit outside?
No, I said the sports must fit outside the traditional caste system.
No, it is very traditional.
It is. No, I mean that just don't fit in any other of the groups, right? Like they're the outliers.
I mean, if you want to roll out archaeology, I'll give you a little bit more insight into how they traditionally work, but it's not actually relevant to solving the puzzle.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so just for all of us here to make sure, I think I got this this picture going here. We have 6 interior columns, 6 exterior obelisks, 1-for-1 matching for the 6 castes of leader, worker, warrior, drone, technician, and sport. Each one of the inner ones looks like we can assume is emitting whatever is causing the storm, or at least mirroring what the larger structures are doing. Does that check with everybody else?
That's from my understanding.
Yeah, I think I'm a technician. So if I approach perfectly in line with the big obelisk and the little obelisk, does that mean the clouds won't come? That's a theory to test?
Maybe not the obelisk, but the pillars in the center. They seem to have some sort of control over the outer ring. Like everything is emanating from those. I wonder how close Randy got.
He said 5 kilometers.
So he didn't see any of this.
No.
So that means that that truck must have actually gotten pretty far.
Did we find the truck yet?
You haven't officially found it, but you know it exists.
Yeah, I didn't want to admit that I saw it over there.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's impossible for you as a player not to see it.
Yeah.
I did know about the planes or the flyovers.
Yeah, we saw those. We can go check those out even, but they looked pretty banged up, and I don't know that we're gonna.
Look, I'll remind everybody that this is a race, so if we're gonna go back to town, refuel, get a bunch of survival gear, and march back in here, we've got some work to do there anyway. We could do some studying, maybe. and try to find out more about these casts specifically.
I mean, our car has a database in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you still need gear.
Unless we can figure out this puzzle. Like somehow that little there's a truck in here that made it somehow. Did it look like the spaceships? Like they flew through it and
They weren't spaceships. Let me reiterate.
Oh, sorry, little flying plane things.
Yeah, like, and this is something that I'm not sure you guys are comprehending. They're in tiny little, like, paper thin aluminum aircraft /G vehicles. They're built to the absolute cheapest standard can possibly be done. It'd be like driving a rickshaw through a hailstorm. So there probably isn't a lot of them left, but also the difference between their vehicle and your vehicle is significant. The difference between your vehicle and a spaceship is even more significant.
Yes.
Really wish we applied for that armor plating. That would have been kind of cool.
How do you know you need it?
We haven't tried. We have not, at no point have we put the vehicle into the storm yet.
I just saw what happened to Gus and got terrified.
Well, then we'll do this simple. I'll take the vehicle up and just edge the storm and see what happens.
I'm brave enough to go with you. Let's get in, guys.
Yeah, let's go.
But then what? We're gonna get nailed as soon as we get out of the ship.
Well, then we just get out real quick. Maybe we can figure out a way there's a turn it off inside, maybe.
Or yeah, like let's get in, let's take a look around, see what we can find out.
Okay, how high and how fast are you flying? Your ship has a wide range of speed bands.
Yep. I'm gonna go top of the obelisk level so I don't hit them. So I can fly over the obelisks. And I'm gonna start just by basically flying over one of the obelisks and back out just to see kind of what kind of damage and just see if we can get more information on one and then assess.
Okay, give me a miles per hour.
I don't know, 60?
Okay. Alrighty, go ahead and roll me a grav check.
Get some. Yes!
Okay. So, a car heads towards the obelisk. You guys enter the storm, and you instantly, if you've ever driven through a hailstorm, hear that rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat as, like, you know, the outside of the car is getting pinhammered hit with this thing, and it is leaving small dents in the hull. If you were going much faster than this, you might have a problem. As you guys are having that revelation, Zane clips the top of the obelisk.
Yeah, buddy.
Give me another roll. Dexterity only.
Just dexterity?
Yep.
Wow, I'm doing great when it counts.
Was that another? Okay, that was a 4. So what's the total score?
6.
6? Okay. So you don't hit the ground. You do careen much deeper into, like, you get all the way out to, like, here. You clear the trees into the clearing this thing is in. I'm assuming that your instinct is going to be to pull it back out of the storm, but it's really up to you. Like, you get control and this is where you're at. It's the same scenario, like, the hail is coming down, it is peppering the craft. You wouldn't want to stay in here indefinitely, but you're not just going to die instantly.
Guys, look outside and tell me what the damage is. We're as close as I'm flying over the middle. I'm just gonna, like, go straight across the middle.
Okay. Are we doing sensor operations, or is everyone just damage check.
Recon.
I am focusing on flying, guys. Please use every available means of getting information as you can.
I'm going to peek out the window, see if anything's smoking or anything like that.
Are you looking at the ship or are you looking at everything else?
The ship. I'm curious how much damage we've actually taken, if we're going to be able to survive.
Zigzag, can you get on some sensors? And Otto, can you look outside and see if you can see anything that's not the ship?
Remember, Gus gets perception checks too.
And, oh yeah, Gus, find us things. Do Gus things.
Recon.
Got a 10.
Okay, to
I
look
also
at.
got a 10.
Okay, so we'll start with Dodubs. You are looking at the hull of the ship. Nothing is penetrated in yet. You do not want to drive that fast through the storm, though, because like the metal's starting to fatigue from all the different hits. With that said, nothing is on fire. There's no holes in the hull. There are a couple of like cracks in the windshield, and you know that's a little problematic. That's the extent of the damage. Ghost Zigzag looks through the electro-optical on the interior of the columns and sees that each column has a rotating face at the bottom, and there are symbols that probably match the obelisks on those rotating parts of the columns. Kizik, did you or Gus pass your look-around checks?
We both got 11s.
Okay, there is definitely a campsite over here with what looks like some sort of mylar specially reinforced canvas tarps over top of a vehicle and a campsite. The shards are hitting them and breaking. They're not penetrating them. The front of the vehicle, though, that doesn't have a tarp over it, looks like it's seen better days. The shards have definitely gotten through. And with an 11, there's a corpse that looks like he was trying to get back under cover when something happened. Perhaps a plane flew over.
Get us out of here, Zane.
I got a 9 on my piloting.
You are able to fly out if you want.
I'm gonna change course and fly over the campsite
Okay.
on my way out.
The vehicle does take 3 points of damage for that part of the trip.
Yeehaw.
Okay. There's not really much more than what I said to see.
There's as we're like tink 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 tink, everyone's like making sure everything's there. Otto's saying, there's my line. Oh, they've got a real dense tarp, and the tarp looks like it's stopping all of the ice knives. But we should set down or set down outside of the storm to get some mylar.
Are you sure it's Mylar?
I don't know. I'm looking at it from a long ways away. It looks really reinforced.
It does look like it's some sort of ballistics cloth. However, you're not going to be able to tell just by looking at it what it's made of. But someone figured something out.
Okay, we can go back in. We have a mechanical arm.
I'm gonna try to pick up that tarp.
Well, let's take a look and see if there's anything underneath the tarp. I mean, if it's open, is it open on all four sides? I mean, can we see what's inside or underneath? Maybe it's protecting something valuable.
Maybe.
Maybe we can put it over the edge as we set down.
Just realize as we sit down in there, it's going to continue pounding our car.
Do I think that the tarp would be big enough to cover our whole ship?
No. It could cover a portion of your ship.
We should go buy vac suits or something.
Now we need to find out what that substance is made of, you know? It's obviously doing a good job.
Land real quick. We'll open the door. We'll grab one with a, I don't know, claw or something. Gloves
got
this time.
Grabby claw. Just grab the tarp.
Yeah.
Oh, you want the tarp? I thought you wanted the crystals.
Crystals are poison gas.
I'm still wondering what's underneath that tarp, if there's anything valuable there. Like information or data or something that's being protected by that thing.
Listen, it just takes, like, I looked at the bottom of the columns, and there's these rotating panels that have different runes on them. I think we shift them around, we make them match the obelisk in the, symmetrical location, and maybe we just turn off this whole godforsaken weather phenomenon.
We just need to have a tarp that's over top of us far enough away to move it around.
Are we able to use our car's arm to actually modify the obelisk?
That is a remote ops check.
I mean, is it dexterous enough to be able to do something like that?
The vehicle book tells us the dexterity level of the arm that we have.
It's a 4.
I'd like
Strong.
it's not made to do it, but I have seen someone thread a needle with a earth mover. Backhoe.
I know a guy that can light a lighter with the fork.
Yeah, so I'm not saying it's impossible. However, I'm also not saying that any of you guys are that guy.
Yeah.
I like
We don't want
the
to
idea.
damage the columns.
Well, you could always use that tarp and wrap yourself up as like a blanket and then go out there and do it by hand.
That tarp plus a couple of wheels plus a couple of sticks equals now we've got a movable tent and we can go manipulate some columns and hopefully turn off the weather.
There you go. Does Gus want to do that for us since, he's much more braver than the rest of us?
I mean, Gus is still hurt from the last time he went in there.
I know, Gus. I owe you another power sale, but, you did a good job.
I mean, we got a couple ideas. Like, we can fly the thing back in there, and a couple of you guys can tuck and roll underneath the tarp there, and then we can get the vehicle out of there.
How slow can this vehicle go?
You can hover.
Yeah, that's your umbrella.
Yeah. You fly over me, and I'll go check stuff out.
That sounds like a good idea.
I mean, I'm down.
Is the grav underneath the vehicle gonna just crush me? How high will you be?
It doesn't. It doesn't generally affect people underneath it like that.
Okay, good.
If I get too high, any wind will send the thing sideways into you, so I got to be right over you.
True. All right. So you provide me cover, and I'll go check out what's under the tarp.
Okay.
During the time it took you guys to make that decision, the vehicle's taken 4 more points for a total of 7 damage.
Why were we in the storm the whole time?
No, we flew out of the storm.
Oh, well then, on your flight back in, you're going to take the 4 damage.
Okay.
You get a roll either way. I just assumed you were hovering there, but, if you're going to fly all the way out and back in, you're still going to take damage.
Okay. Check.
Okay, so you're going to hover over, and one of you is going to hop out?
I will hop out.
Let's do this.
I'm going to check out what's underneath this tarp.
Okay. Well, you find this stuff underneath the tarp. And there's a body over there.
Everybody, there's, somebody was, researching. Oh my goodness, there's an equipment pack down here. It's got some coins in it. Drone coins. I'm gonna pick up this pack.
Okay. Here, I will release the pack if you want to actually take the whole thing.
Yeah, can I? Oh, the books. Damn, the books. They look to be destroyed. That's no good. Alright, well, I'll grab this equipment pack. Should I check the truck?
Are we able to grab the books? I know it's a tall order, but
You
The
weren't
books
listening.
are trashed. There's nothing
they're
left
trashed,
of the
okay.
books. It's just gone. There seems to be stuff in the back of the truck, though.
You can search the truck if you want. Little Azorg crop. There's also a tarp over top of the truck, so you wouldn't have to be. So there's a tarp over this thing, but there's a tarp over top of the back of the truck too.
Sweet. Then, yeah, my little hexapodal feathered body is just climbing through the truck. Guys, there's like a gold bar in here and like a bunch of canned food and cigarettes. Oh, I'm not taking this pack of cigarettes. A sleeping bag. Yeah, somebody was gonna be here for a while. There's a bunch of stuff. Oh, look, a backpack. Just some more survival stuff. Hey, we don't have to go to the store anymore, I don't think.
Hey, let's
but
go.
All right, I'm gonna get some tarpaulin, and then I'm gonna get out of here. I'll bring all this stuff back to the ship, car ship.
Are you bringing the tarp from the back of the truck, or are you bringing the tarp from the tent?
Yeah, from the scrap structure.
Okay. So that gives you about a 20-foot square piece of tarp. And it's heavy. It feels thick like canvas, but it's got some sort of like Kevlar weave through it.
Okay, I'm gonna move with it and go over here to the hunter's corpse.
Okay.
yeah, let's definitely do that.
And I'll grab this stuff.
Okay. I think Thodubs is the first one to open it, so he's got it locked to himself.
That's all right. Set up when we pull that stuff out. Just an old tattered archaeology toolkit. Ooh, that's great.
Yeah, I want that.
Ooh, he had a wrench. Do I recognize this guy at all?
No, as a matter of fact, even if you had known him, he is so obliterated by all the shards. Like, the only reason this stuff survived is because he was laying on top of it.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, you've got his mobile comm, a couple of his tools, and his archaeology kit.
I'm snagging that archaeologist kit.
Yeah, I'll bring all this stuff back to the ship. You take the archaeology kit. Anybody want a wrench or mobile comm or anything like that? I'm gonna check his comm out.
Yeah,
Okay.
we gotta examine that.
We can examine all, but before we do that, in the middle of the giant spiky
Yeah,
death
let's get out of
hailstorm
the
that's
storm.
eating our ship, like
Right.
let's walk over to the columns and do what we came here to do.
I'll do that too.
Okay, so you guys are going to take the tarp and walk over, or are you going to go with the ship?
I'm gonna take the tarp.
Okay.
Can Gus and I help?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the tarp's 20 by 20. You could all fit underneath it.
Let's do that. Let's move as a group, guys, like we're playing that parachute game from elementary school.
You guys want me to get the ship out of the
Yeah, save the ship.
rain because it's
Okay.
halfway dead?
And it takes 3 more on your way out of the storm.
Okie dokie.
All right, so everybody but Zane is underneath the tarp, and you guys come up to this structure. This structure is not only majestic and and magical because of like the things coming from the top and how it looks, but it's also pristine. Everything else has been beaten to absolute shit by this shard rain. This thing is immaculate. There's not even dust on it.
Are any of the shards actually hitting it, or are the shards going around it?
The shards are hitting it, but not nearly with the intensity they're hitting everything else. It's very occasional. The wind basically has to blow.
So let's start identifying which obelisk goes to which column. And before we turn anything, let's identify which is which.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and name the obelisks now. I should have done it earlier.
Have we stepped on the beautiful...
I haven't yet.
Yeah, not yet.
We're just walking around the outsides.
Yeah.
And definitely be careful what we step on.
Gus is in the middle as the high point of the tent.
That kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
That just means that he can't see anything because the tent tarp just goes over his face.
That's true.
Unless he's flying like with his back, like at
Flying
the top point,
upside down.
right? No, with his feet extended, pushing the tarp up.
Yeah, got a little bit of spots.
My dog does that. He puts his back on the, puts his feet up in the air, starts kicking.
Okay. How do you guys want to do this?
Can we reach the columns from outside of the circle?
You have to be on the platform, but you don't necessarily have to stand on the emblem in the middle.
Okay.
All right, guys. Big first step. Looks like nobody's ever stepped on this before.
It's very clean.
There would be like a single splotch of blood right where you're at.
Goodness. Except for this one single splotch of blood.
It's almost like someone was fucking with this thing when one of these storms started, and then they tried to run back to their tent.
Oh no. If only he had brought his tent with him. The fool.
Right. So you guys know more about these than I do. I'm here, I'm helping. But this is your baby. It's twisted into place.
Let's see what what order they're in.
Do you see how this one correlates with warrior out here? And then the next one, that correlates with this drone obelisk out there. So directionally, then this one matches up with this, the technician one. That was, that was the fourth one that we learned about. And then sport, that was the confusing one. That's next here, counterclockwise. And then leader for that one. And then that one's worker. Have we labeled any of these?
Are you able to change the names on these by right-clicking on them?
I'm going to try.
If you can, so you'll find a rotating piece that has those symbols on it. You just show me which ones you put what.
Okay. Hopefully I don't get this wrong. This one's technician. Drawn. Spelled it right. Oh, no one else is. Okay, here we go.
Everyone's letting you do it. If it's wrong, we don't want to be blamed.
Yeah, exactly. Kill the bird if he's wrong.
So, who puts the last one in? Because I saw that Otto did do some of them, or at least Kizik did. Who puts the last one in?
It's probably me.
Okay, so Zigzag clacks the last one in. It's the sport one because he's really confused by it. And the sound of deep metal thunk, 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 thunk is heard. The ground shakes a little bit, and this emblem splits along its 4-axis directions here and opens to reveal a giant cavern underneath.
Oh, shit!
It reels back. Now, it's a sheer drop, and you guys are at the edge of it looking down in. If you want anything from the campsite, let me know now, because I'm about to switch maps.
Does the storm stop at all?
I'm getting to that in a second, but I have to clear the map, so...
Oh, sorry. Preemptive question.
All right, I've cleared the back of the truck.
Okay. All right, so that opens. The gas-emitting diodes on top of the columns extinguish. And a few minutes later, the rain starts to ease up and then stops. If you stay up here for a few minutes, long enough for it to happen. Because as you look below you, there is this amazing... Why are you not working? No. This amazing scene. And you guys can barely believe your eyes as you look down at this 30-foot drop. With no stairs or ladders or anything. Into this room below you.
Does anybody have any rope? I've got rope. I just wanted to know if anybody else did too.
I'm not saying that I said everybody should bring rope. I'm just saying I got rope.
I said that I was prepared.
I'll toss it down. Or give it to Gus, and Gus will float it down.
Well, we should tie it off up here. And then, yeah, I guess Gus could float it down.
How big is the hole?
30 feet. Also,
Like
the
how-
storm stop.
The width of the hole.
You're not flying the ship down there.
Okay.
However,
I had the same idea.
however, the rain has stopped.
Hey guys, the rain has stopped. Can I bring?
Yeah, bring the ship around.
Going to bring the ship around.
I'm
Alright.
half tempted as a GM to be like, yeah, sure, bring the ship down there. What the fuck are you gonna do with it down there? Other than destroy everything and kill yourselves.
Remember in Halo when we tried to shove the warthog into like levels that you couldn't have the
Oh,
warthog
please, yeah, that was...
in? And the
So
banshees too. You just launch them into
Yeah.
things that you're not supposed to have them at.
You know, and every now and then, you got it in there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
most,
hit a tank for
but most of the
most of the
time, it ended like this would end.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Tragedy.
Fair.
So Zane pulls the ship around while we tie off a rope and we prepare to rappel down. On belay. Oh, there's no one. Zane, you're gonna hook up first. Do you want to go down first?
Sure.
Excellent. As long as it's not me.
I mean, Gus was down first.
That's true. What did he see down there?
Gus rolls recon.
Okay.
Gus got a 9 on recon.
There's a huge solar dial thing down here, and it's glowing with unnatural light. And there's another pristine pad and 4 doors with murals painted above them.
Gus says it's beautiful down there with a bunch of pretty pictures, and he described the same thing we can see from up here.
All right. Who wants to go down first?
I'll go down first.
After you.
Alrighty. This clip's here, that clip's there. Gus, make sure you're about to catch me if I fall.
On belay.
Belay away. I studied.
I gotta be honest with you, I wasn't sure you guys were even gonna make it down here at the rate you were moving. But welcome to the first part of the real dungeon.
We're professors.
Extra cautious.
That was the scariest rain door I've ever seen.
Well, I'm gonna take that as an extreme compliment and say thank you.
That tarp needs to stay in our vehicle wherever we go.
Our vehicle doesn't have that much space.
It's a tarp. We don't have a place for it to go.
Folded up tarp.
You guys can put your tokens down here if you're done laying down. This map is incredibly small. You may want to use the smaller hexagonal tokens I gave you because you can make them really small. To put it in perspective, 1/4 of one of these stone tiles is about the size of a person.
This place is large.
This place is very large.
I'm assuming the droid made this, but I don't know for what.
It is covered in Droian symbols and writing, but it's not things that you immediately recognize.
Do you guys recognize this solar system? It's got 4 celestial bodies.
Does anyone have astrogation?
I do have astrogation.
Easy astrogation check.
Astrogation is intelligence.
Astrogation is education.
Okay, that's less better. That's a 7.
Okay, but it's an easy check, so you still pass. It's the Esperanza system. These are all planets that are within the system. The green planet is Esperanza itself.
Guys, this is the Esperanza system. We're on that big green one.
Is there anything in that system that you see there that we're not aware of? Is it like the same exact system we're familiar with, or is there something there, or something missing, or?
Yeah, that's it's pretty simple to recognize that as the Esperanzan system. It's it's like on page 3 of the astrogation chart. Let's look at all these pictures. Do those line up with specific planets in Esperanza?
Yes. Those of you that can read Droian, which I don't know if any of you can, but if some of you can, the names of the planets don't line up to what you're used to calling them, which kind of makes sense.
Are they the same names, though?
No, that's what I mean.
Okay, they're different names entirely. Okay.
Which would make sense, because this culture predates humans, like, colonizing the planet.
There any, like, control mechanisms or anything like that?
There is a podium that, for various maneuverability purposes, I didn't put in here. It would be here, or it could also be here. Either one of I guess it could be at any of the doorways. But basically, it's just it's a single lever. And if you walk up to it and pull it, it doesn't do anything. Oh, wait, no, that's not true. It would do something. My bad. But if you want to pull the lever, and you can pull the lever.
I'd like to walk up to it and actually see if there's, take a closer look at it, see if there's anything engraved on it, any type of instructions, any type of characters, anything like that.
Nobody still answered the question if whether or not you have Droian as a language.
I do not.
Nope.
Because without Droian as a language, you can't read any of this. You can interpret like hieroglyphics and stuff like that, but you can't read the written language without language.
Wasn't that the same thing with the obelisks outside with the runes and
Those were symbols.
symbols? Gotcha. Okay.
Also, that was a bad example of asking the teacher for more homework.
All right, so what we have here is an ancient race's technology that has a single point of activation of whether or not we want to push the button or not.
Well, there's a lever in front of each door.
No, there's one lever. I don't care which. I don't care what door it's in front of. The reason I took it out is because it's very difficult to maneuver your pieces within this anyway, which is why I gave you the smaller tokens. And putting a lever in the middle of this circle makes it very difficult to move anything. So gotcha. I took it out, and I had meant to like draw something back in, and I forgot.
Yeah, sorry. I thought that there was one in front of every door. But yeah, go ahead and I'll pull it. Damn.
Oh, wait. Let's see if we can move these around, because these planets aren't aligned with the rooms that they should be.
Yeah, we got a green planet.
Hold on. An important thing just happened. I would like Kizik's character to roll a reflex check to see whether or not you stopped Zigzag fast enough. Because he said, I'm doing this, and I did tell you guys before we started that if you say you're doing something or say something in character, that's the thing that happens.
Zigzag has ADHD. He's not going to just sit around.
I got a 9 on just raw dexterity.
Ooh,
Okay.
good one.
So you do say it fast enough to stop him.
Not yet, not yet. Let's line up let's see if the planets can move before we pull the button.
Oh, yeah, I didn't notice that maybe they move.
Okay, so how are you moving them?
First, I just touch the ring and see if I can push it. Is it perfectly balanced as an ancient?
It's very heavy, and it resists. What's your strength? Are you average or are you negative?
Negative.
You can't move it. Not by yourself.
Does it look like-
You suspect it does move, though.
So it has the mechanical workings of something that should
It's
have the ability to move.
It's hovering in the air.
Oh, okay.
So
Super Whammadine.
I can't move this at all. Do we all want to try to see if we can move it?
Let's
Let's-
do this.
Work together. Which way? Clockwise or counterclockwise?
The blue planet needs to go clockwise until it's over in front of the blue planet.
All right, then.
Alrighty.
everybody, give me a strength check.
Heave.
Wow.
1, 2, 3.
Azor's just hanging off with his feet kicking.
Yeah, I got a 3.
I got a 6.
I
got a 3.
5.
And we all poof. Nope, it's too heavy.
The guy with the lowest strength rolled the highest.
It's okay. With your combined powers, you were able to move it. It does swing around. You align it does stay at the angle it's at. So that obviously represents an orbit, and your astrogation check would complement the fact that that is the orbit. The planet that you've just moved is an ice planet on the edge of the system. It's sometimes used for gathering water for purposes of making fuel. There's a gas giant in the system, but sometimes they use ice.
Sweet.
All right. Green one next.
Where are we going to move the green one to? I think it might be in position already.
It's either top or bottom. Top, see if we can move it a little bit to the left.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, heave.
Heave ho!
You guys are judging my alignment skills here. Not as easy.
All right,
Ah,
now
that looks good.
onto the red one. That's perfect. Good job, everybody.
All right, the red one.
Come on, red one. Well, that one's a little bit higher up.
Also, you all have to step on the centers, which means you're stepped into this solar light coming around you. As you bask in this light, you feel tinglings at the tips of your fingers and the bottoms of your toes. An effervescence, like you've just, bitten into something menthol. And a weird shiver goes down your spine.
I try to hold my breath, but I breathe it in even more. I said, let's move fast on this one.
I think I farted.
I think I farted.
Anything about this effervescent feeling that is from a medical perspective that I would key on as being bad, or just giant warm fuzzy feeling.
I mean, generally things that make your nerve endings tingle are probably not good. The first thing that would come to a medical doctor's mind with glowing ethereal light and tingling at nerve endings plus fluttering in your stomach would be radiation.
All right, it's aligned. Get out of the special light.
Yeah, I quickly get out. Where's the lever?
It's lever time. Those look lined up. Is this a natural occurrence that would happen in a specific day through an astrogation cycle?
Oh, goodness.
That is a very good question. So
Wow.
you pull out your astrogation pad, and I'm assuming you query that. So give me an astrogation check. I'll give you a +1 because you have an astrogation pad.
7 + 1 + 2 is a 10.
Okay, it is not an alignment that would normally take place. With that said,
Is it
it's
on
with that
the
said,
calendar?
all the planets move at different speeds. So, given the entirety of time, every single position is possible.
This isn't something that has happened in the known existence of time from human beings.
Yes.
But I mean, that looks lined up to me. You can pull the lever now, Zigzag.
Pull the lever.
Okay, you pull the lever. The roof above you closes.
Oh shit.
That wasn't good.
The
Did it
cable,
snap the line?
it cuts the cord or the rope cleanly. But there's a light source in here.
Do you think we got the green one wrong?
Yeah, it looked lined up to me.
Pull the lever back, see if it opens the door.
Put the green one down at the bottom instead of the top.
Can't see the bottom.
It went through the floor?
What's everybody doing? Just one person at a time as you guys are pondering the situation.
Well, I've got the lever in my hand, but I haven't pulled it back yet. And I'm studying the rings.
Okay.
They're very heavy, and I'm seeing if they were aligned properly.
Properly.
I'd like to get a
in
closer
quotes. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No,
I'd like to get a closer look at the door here with the star on it, or this area over here to take a look at it.
okay. That door is different than the rest. There's an extra set of locks, and it has several dials on the outside. There is a lever that looks like it's a door handle to open it.
This star part up here, is that something that we see, or is that up in the ceiling?
It's painted above the door. There's
Gotcha.
there's a mural painted above each door.
But you said there is a lever over here, you said, right?
Yeah, there's basically a door handle.
Gotcha. I'd like to walk around and compare the doors. Are they all very similar? Do they have the same door handle in the same spot and stuff like that?
The sun door is different. The other ones they don't have the extra locks or braces. They just have door handles.
Interesting.
Otto had been resting his hand on the blue outer ring. The door closed. He went, oh, well, that's not good. Then he looks up and he listens and he sees if he hears any shards hitting the ceiling. After a couple of minutes of that, he goes, well, we're on the green planet. Maybe the green door is open. And he walks over to the green door.
Okay.
He puts his hand on the handle and he goes, guys, we're on the green planet. I've got a green door. You want to see if it's open?
Pull the lever.
Do it.
And Otto pulls the lever.
It works kind of like a car door. You pull it, it clicks, and the door slides upward, revealing a chamber behind it.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
Is there light in this, or are we using the ephemeral?
There is no light other than what comes from the central chamber, except for a blue glow in the right corner of the chamber.
Otto pulls out a glow light.
Mhm.
He goes, "All right, guys, let's see what's in the green planet." Well, there's a glowy thing in the corner.
I want to check for traps.
Okay. Please be more specific.
I'm going to look around with my recon skill for any tripwires, loose stones, or otherwise pressure plates.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your recon check. I'm assuming you said, I want to check for traps to the rest of the party, as we are not doing that
Yes.
metagame stuff.
That's why I said it in my character voice.
Yeah.
I rolled a 5, and then I've got a +4 in recon, so that's a 9.
Excellent. You do not find any pressure plates, tripwires, or what was the other thing you were looking for?
Let's just say holes in the wall for darts.
You do see a bunch of holes in the wall.
Oh, shit. Hold on, guys. There's a bunch of holes in the wall. That could mean a bunch of things. How big are the holes?
They vary depending on the dilapidation of that particular wall.
Oh, I see. Like where mortar's missing or like where animals have gotten through?
Yes.
Si, senor. Gentlemen, the
feel
walls
any-
are crumbling around us. I wouldn't trust the structural integrity of this temple.
Do you guys feel a breeze at all, or any type of air movement in here?
The air would be very stale. And in this room, it would be very dry. You would, as you stop to listen, hear a drip, drip, drip. There's not enough light in here to tell exactly where it's coming from, other than it's this side of the room somewhere.
You guys hear that dripping, right? Or is that just me?
I'm really just looking for stuff I hadn't heard dripping yet. My infrared doesn't help me out here, right?
No. If you have any senses other than infrared, make sure you let me know, though.
The sense of being cool.
So Otto's in kind of front, and he's got his flashlight out. So if you can give me... I'm not even going to make you do a recon track. You hear the dripping. Someone said something about it. You shine the light to the left-hand side of the room, and you see that these jars are positioned underneath sort of spouts, and they're dripping a chemical that is overflowing out of the jar and then running into a drain beneath it. The jars are full of this liquid that's dripping from the ceiling.
Gentlemen, this is interesting. This jar has green stuff. This jar has red, and this jar has clear liquid.
There's a glowing blue thing on the other side.
Yeah, I've never seen one of these things before. What the hell is this?
Are there any cups?
There are not any cups that you can see. Does Zigzag touch the blue thing or just look at it?
Oh, I'm just looking. I don't touch. I'm not a raw dogger, sir.
That's right. You were the one that said, "Wear your gloves."
Yes.
Good man. No glove, no love.
That's what I have this stick for.
Is there a handle on the door?
Nope. Oh, wait. On this one, there would be... Yes, on this one, there would be a set of there's two handles. It could both be pulled by the same person, where the one person could stand on either side of the door.
Like the door splits in the middle, and there are, like I would open and pull them towards me or push them away from me.
It looks more like they probably slide into the wall.
Oh, cool.
What do you guys make of this? Is this like a crystalline structure emitting blue phosphorescence?
Do we have any geologists
I
that can take a
do,
look at that?
actually. I
Oh.
have a little bit of geology.
Roll it. It's a 6 to pass.
Unfortunately, that's an EDU roll, so I got a 9, I think. Hold on. Let me double check that.
It's okay. 6 passes. It's a known substance known as Arisium. It's used as a power source. It's very rare. League of Taurus will pay handsomely for it.
Gentlemen, I believe this is what's known as Risium. The kids call it Riz. It's very expensive.
It starts with an A. It's Arisium.
Risium. But it can be used as a power source. It's like
Is it
piezo
connected to anything?
I'm sorry?
Is it connected to anything?
Ooh. Not necessarily.
It does look like at one point in time it was connected to something, but the building has since collapsed. There are several of what could be cables going to it.
There looks to be some cables. So maybe at one point, yes, it was connected to things.
Can we follow those cables and see where it goes?
You go into the floor.
No, we can't. They go into the floor, guys.
Look, you want to just try that door?
You
What
get one
about
side,
these-
I get the other side.
These 3 chemical jars, like,
You want to sniff them?
Oh, you want to scan them? You got a medical scanner? What are those chemicals?
I do not have a medical scanner.
Do we have a stick or something we can stick in the fluids and see if they're actually like acidic or?
I do have a stick. It's like a Azorg walking stick. I call it a Zorp stick. I
Okay.
don't want to stick it in here, though.
Well, I just want to see if the chemicals that are dripping into it are actually like acidic or, I mean, what? I don't know. Are they going to burn the stick or?
They're kind of just draining into a drain in the floor. They ain't hurting nobody.
What about like the rubble and whatnot, like the floor itself? Is it a normal stone thing that we are familiar with, or is it a material that we're not familiar with?
It appears to be cut stone. It's a known material, but it is cut in a very precise manner. There appear to be podiums on this side, and this blue Risium piece, which isn't a metal casing, was apparently sitting on one of them before it fell. So there was something over here that was on. On the left-hand side, you have the chemical jars, and it looks like the spouts, even though they're encrusted in residue, were probably mechanical pipes. And the grates and the floors are all corroded to different levels and with different types of corrosion, where it's been flowing through them over the years. Many, many years. The bars of the grates are made of some kind of metal you can't identify.
Probably nothing that we want to touch, but they like the concept of them having 3 drippy things over 3 jars. Like they have to have a purpose.
Probably. Let's check the door first. See if we can get through.
You got a vial? Can you get a sample?
I got all sorts of surgery things. I'm sure I could.
You would
figure out
you would have a couple of sample containers in your medical kit. Roll a d6.
4.
You have 4 sample vials in that medical kit.
Yeehaw. I do have some sample vials.
And do the tiles that are holding and supporting the canisters look like they're recessed at all? Like They're being pressed down by the weight of the chemical?
No, they do not. That's a good question, though.
Well, take your samples.
Trying
See-
to think of what I'm going to do with the sample if I take a sample.
Just stick them next to the Elysium thing and see if they react.
Okay.
Mix them
I don't
together.
know.
See if they turn blue, like the Elysium thing.
Or maybe Otto could put a taste of it in his mouth. And I shoot daggers at Otto. Don't do that again.
It was just because it cut my finger. You don't suck on a finger when it gets cut.
No, God no. How long have you been in a laboratory? You don't eat, drink, or do anything in a lab. You could cross-contaminate.
I'm feeling personally attacked.
Anyway, we should try this door.
Yeah, they get their samples. You got the left side, I got the right side.
What do you think, Doctor, about these chemicals here?
I'll go grab a sample.
You guys try to open the door.
Heave.
Yes, Eve.
Oh,
You both pull the handles. They click like they want to open, but then the door doesn't move. The Elysium device flashes with a brief like intensity, and then subsides again.
Oh, did you see that? It's like the door's linked to that thing.
Can we
Those-
try staying
Those
in
cables that were coming out of the floor, did those actually connect into the Elysium thing, or did those connect into something that was taken from next to the Elysium thing?
They came out of the Elysium battery. A brief hologram appears roughly here. It looks like it's trying to flicker to life and say something, and then it fades away.
That was like a ghost of a drawing. Did you see that?
it's a hologram. It's ancient technology. Needs a better power source.
Now, did it only appear when they were moving the door?
It appeared right after the Elysium blinked to life and then faded back out.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately, you don't understand the language, and the message was so broken up that even if you did, it would have been hard to understand.
Well, maybe if we
Is
get the message
Otto
going,
touching the battery?
No,
Oh,
it's
that's,
getting close.
everyone's hands all in the way. I can't see who's doing what.
All right, do we want to?
Come
I
on,
want to
touch
try
it.
to get the thing. Like, it's the so I'm tracing the wires. The Elysium thing flashed. Is there a place where the wires would go into the Elysium thing?
In the base, yeah. Like it was on a pedestal. The wires were coming up through the pedestal. The pedestal fell over. Now the wires are exposed.
Yeah, I will take the wire and I'll put the wire back into the Elysium.
You touch the base of the Elysium. There is a brilliant flash. John and Zigzag and Gus are thrown away from the center of the room. And after the brilliant
Heck.
flash is over, Otto is in the middle of a stasis field in the middle, and then the stasis field cracks and fades away, and what is left is a perfect amber encrusted Otto trapped inside of basically an amber mold of
A
himself.
solid amber.
Yeah, like
Vacuum?
he's encased in amber like the mosquito from Jurassic Park.
oh,
Otto,
holy crap! Did you see Otto?
Otto, you are incapacitated.
Did I at least fix the blue thing?
You did make sure the cable was all the way plugged back in.
Okay.
Wait, guys, he's not going to be able to breathe.
The hologram comes back to life and starts saying something full intensity this time. You can actually see it.
Hey, Gus, can you record the message?
I don't know if Gus has a camera that can record.
What?
I pull out my smartphone. Turn it sideways and hit record. What's the hologram saying?
It would have been easier to say, but all you can hear is John yelling at Gus to record it.
Since I don't understand it, I'm watching for like body
It's
language
faded
and-
away and gone now. It was saying something, but then somebody talked over the GM, and I'm like, okay, well, it briefly says something and then it leaves.
Damn. All right. We got
Sorry,
these
guys.
3 chemicals here. You got a vial of it? Try pouring a little bit of it on the amber.
Okay.
I don't know. Try some of the red.
I got the clear one already.
Okay. Try that.
Okay. I'm gonna come over there and pour some of the clear stuff on top of Otto. His amber form.
Give me a perception check.
Perception is.
Recon.
Do I have a recon?
I mean, you're making the check no matter what.
Yeah.
So.
I just wanted to see what my.
I'll let Zigzag make it, but at a much higher difficulty.
But so recons with
Recon, intelligence, that's your perception check.
Got it. So I got a 7.
Okay. Zigzag?
I rolled snake eyes.
Okay. And you did no analysis of this liquid whatsoever.
Nope.
Okay. All right. You pour a little bit on here. Where do you pour it? How do you do it?
Is he standing just like the
Yeah,
his little
he's standing like he had just touched the base plate. He's completely frozen, expression and everything.
I poured on his hand.
Okay. That was a clear liquid?
Mm-hmm.
Some of the amber does melt away as it's poured over.
Does it look like anything's happening to Otto from a medical perspective?
No, he appears to be frozen completely in stasis.
The amber that he's frozen in, the color that it is it clear red or green by chance?
It's purple.
Purple.
I've never seen anything like this. You want to try more of that clear?
I don't know exactly what it's going to do to him yet. So I'm gonna.
Now that you've poured it on him, you're pretty sure it's some form of like rubbing alcohol.
And it's the same purplish color as the stuff from outside.
The amber is the clear liquid you just poured in is clear.
Yeah.
The clear liquid is almost certainly rubbing alcohol. As you come back to the jar, I'll give you the piece that you guys have missed 3 times now. You figure out that the glyphs are kind of insinuating different chemical compositions. And unless you miss your bet, which you're just guessing here, a combination of 2 of these will save Otto. If you apply the incorrect part of the formula, it will kill him.
All right.
What do these glyphs look like?
They're on the jar of red chemical. I'm giving you something just so you don't instantly kill Kizik's character. So we're not going to read too much into this because you guys missed the 2 opportunities I blatantly gave you in the hidden one.
Now you said these are glyphs, so is there something that I can like look at closer to
I
see
have
if
given you 100% of the information you're going to get.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to. Is there any other amber in the room, or just what's covering Otto?
It's just what's covering Otto, but you do have access to the chemical jars.
Yep. I'm going to grab a sample of the clear stuff, and a sample of the red stuff, and a sample of the green stuff. And then I'm going to pour the clear and the red together.
Okay. Pouring the clear and the red together just causes a diluted pink to appear. There is a sort of effervescence to it, but nothing else.
And I'm going to pour it on, I don't know, just pour a little bit on the floor and see what happens.
Okay. A little bit of dirt and grime peels away, but not too much.
Okay, I'm going to take the mix clear and green.
Instantly, a noxious gas that nearly bowls you over is created, and it starts bubbling. You drop the vial, and it eats through about 4 inches of the stone before it stops.
Oh, that's probably the stuff we want to use then.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Look how it ate through the floor. That'll eat right through that amber.
And
Otto.
Oh, well, yeah.
now I'm going to take some red and green and mix those together.
Mixing the red and the green together seems to be a completely inert killer, a completely inert chemical. It doesn't like, other than providing moisture, it doesn't even get dirt off the floor.
I think I'm going to go with clear and red, because 4 inches, how thick is the amber surrounding Otto?
Like the cover of a book.
Yeah, 4 inches can eat right through that. I'm gonna do, unless anybody has any objectives, I'm doing clear and red, starting with his hand.
Hit him with the pink.
Doing the pink.
Okay. You pour a little bit of pink liquid on his hand, and as the pink liquid makes contact with the amber, it starts bubbling up and melting at an accelerated rate. A couple things happen here. First off, that seems to have melted the amber and caused it to go away. Second off, Otto's hand moves, and suddenly you see him in distress. He's asphyxiating now that the seal has been broken. He seems to be out of stasis and in the amber.
Dumping it on his head.
Okay, so you go get as much of it as you can, and you mix it together. In what way? Like, what do you put it in?
50-50 of the vials?
You need way more than the vials, but you can do the vials if you want.
Yeah, the vials is what I've got right now, so I'm gonna 50-50 the vial, and then just like put it specifically on his nose and mouth.
Okay.
I have canteen too. I can empty it out and use like bigger things.
Give me a endurance check, Otto.
As you hear just my fingers scrapping. It's a 6.
Okay. You guess you're probably gonna have to make at least one more full run of vials just to get his air passageways cleared up. There are bigger containers in the room.
We could just grab the red and clear jars and dump it on him.
Yes, you could. Is that what you do?
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, someone's gonna have to get the other one. Okay.
Yep. Grab clear.
So really, this is more about coordination than anything else. So you can give me dexterity or you can give me intelligence. You're either smart about how you do it or you're really agile.
9.
Yeah, I'll give you my dex.
Okay.
Also dexterity.
Good roll. 12.
Okay, you pour both simultaneously over top of him. The amber just sloughs away. Otto falls from the amber. Otto, you were touching it. And the next second, your hand was on fire as the stuff was being dumped over top of it, and you were just in the amber. Like, that's your next conscious memory. And now you're like swimming in the nastiest chemicals ever as this amber, moves away. Anywhere your skin has touched it is mildly irritated.
You hear, plug it. Oh, guys, what happened?
The
There was some
hologram
sort of.
comes to life. And you can't tell what it says, but it seems to approve of what you've done. The Azarium battery dims back to its lowest light level, and you hear locking mechanisms click on the inner door.
Gus is nuzzling Otto.
Otto, are you okay? It was some sort of stasis field.
I just was gonna plug the battery back in so we could hear the hologram better, and then my hand was on fire, and then... Did you guys save me?
Well,
Yeah.
it was mostly Zane and John. I think I heard this door unlock, though.
Yeah, let's get on with that. Oh, I think I'm okay.
I'm gonna check on him, like full medical workup on him, making him sure he's okay. If you don't mind, sir.
Yeah, I'll sit back down. John, you want to get the other door while gives me the onesie over? Watch out! Don't touch that blue crystal light. Maybe.
No, I have no desire to touch that blue crystal thing after seeing what happened to you.
Plus, you're all out of chemical now.
Yeah, right. Well, we gotta wait for the drips to fill the containers back up, and I'm not waiting that long.
I mean, for you, it'll just be a couple seconds.
Do you guys open the door?
We're gonna wait for this medical stuff, I think.
So, will you like use a tongue depressor and tell him to say ah?
Yeah, more or less check vitals, that kind of thing. Make sure he's, check on his fingers and everything that touch the blue thing. Make sure they're not like burnt or anything like that.
Give me a medicine check.
That's education, correct?
Yes,
Plus
sir.
Medic. And if giant medic hits field trauma surgery thingy,
I think
gives me.
I think it's +2. It might be +4.
Yeah, it's plus a lot. +5, so it's 12 already before the medic kit.
Okay. You don't really need the medic kit. He's fine. The chemicals that you put over him are not really meant to be in contact with someone's skin, so he is going to have like a really bad chemical burn. Not really bad. He's going to have like the equivalent of a bad sunburn. Like anywhere where it touched, including his face.
Yeah, all right, Doc.
You're gonna be all right. Maybe some slight irritation, but don't let us do that again to you. Don't touch the blue thing.
I just plugged the power back in, and it unlocked the doors because it's got power now, right?
Yup.
We open the doors.
You open
That's right.
the doors. A giant library appears before you. Other than the fact that the seatings are like poles that birds would sit on, perch on, it looks very much like a library you'd expect to see.
These look like comfy chairs.
That's right, Zigzag would be right at home with these, wouldn't you?
I'd wrap my toes around them. Oh yeah, this is nice.
I know what you're talking about. I'm sitting on it just fine.
I'd also like to point out that it's the right height for Zigzag because he's about their height.
Gus jumps beside him.
Hey, this must be an old Drowan library. You think we could find out some more stuff?
You guys speak Drowan?
Um,
Or read Drowan?
no, but I mean, there's translators out there. This is a wealth of knowledge.
Insane. You're sitting at the table with this glowing sphere, and it's mesmerizing. You lay your hand on it, and suddenly images flash through your mind and you pull your hand back, like, oh shit. Like, especially with what just happened to Otto, you're just like looking around like, oh, what the, oh, I'm still here, right? But you're okay.
I'm gonna touch it again and focus on everything going through my head.
Okay, do you tell anyone else what's going on?
Nope, because I already said I was gonna do it.
Okay. Several Droyan images appear in your mind. The symbols almost appear mathematical, but you're not sure.
Okay. Yeah. Hold my hand back and back. Guys, you guys, like, this thing's pretty cool. You get to see a bunch of images. I'm not really sure what's going on. They look like some sort of mathematical thing.
Did you actually touch that thing?
Yeah.
Oh man.
It looks really cool. I wanted to touch it.
You guys will notice that, like, if you stare into it, you can't stop yourself from touching it. And it will happen to each of you as you touch it. Psionically, you will see images in your mind floating in the air. And those of you who are more math-oriented will recognize them as some sort of math equation. Not an equation, some sort of mathematical reference.
Is there other stuff in the room that I could nimbly take?
There are a set of 5 small gold bars stamped with drone symbols, Droyan symbols, on the other table.
Whistling faintly, Zigzag will go to pocket them.
Yeah, they're small bars. They're about the size of a candy bar each, but they're gold.
Very nice. I wonder how Sarah's getting along.
Well, you can safely say she's not trapped underground in an ancient temple.
Who said we're trapped?
Oh no.
Maybe we find our way out of here. Like, the library alone is worth just as much as, maybe not just as much, but it's worth a pretty penny too.
Well, let's stay here and learn the ancient Droyan language.
Otto
We're
is
on a
around.
clock too, right? We're trying to look and find that pendant or
So I'm gonna search around the room here.
I fell into a box. Can I decipher more of that mathematical?
Yes, you absolutely can. Consider it
Hey.
a raw science roll. You can use your education or intellect.
that wouldn't happen to be the thing we're looking for, is it?
No. Everyone else opened the box and said, oh, I haven't actually said that I was searching through that thing yet. And you all went through it.
Oh, well, I'll search through it. I saw people look into it, and I'm like, well, you know.
It is a Droyan artifact.
I rolled a 13 to put the math together.
It's a pulsar signature specifying a certain date on the solar alignment of a star. And it has matching coordinates, that pulsar date, that match up somewhere in the star system.
In the current star system we're in?
So, like, one pulsar is a star away from here. One pulsar is this system. And then there's a set of coordinates.
You've been staring at that thing for quite a while. Have you learned anything?
I have a pulsar signature and some coordinates. I think it's one pulsar away from here, and then coordinates to something.
They're spatial, like in space coordinates, or here on Esperanza coordinates?
Are they astrophysical or are they geological?
Geospatial?
They are so the pulsar signatures are from stars.
Correct. Right.
And the other timestamp is a set of coordinates with a date. Give me an astrogation check, Otto.
Yeah, so that's now finding the date that we need to put into the other thing, maybe.
Oh, you could roll the astrogation, or you could continue to guess at it. That's fine.
Astrogation, that was a 7.
Oh, well, you better continue to guess at it then.
Let's try it.
I mean, let me see what you got there, Otto, and let me see if I can make any sense of it.
Yeah.
And I'm also going to roll an astrogation check.
Pulsar plus date. And I got nothing.
And astrogation is education.
Yes.
11.
Ooh, okay. So there's a specific place in the star system that it specifies. It's a specific orbital position that it specifies.
In this star system?
In this star system. So you have an exact coordinate.
Hey guys, it's for a specific place in this star system.
Well, then let's try to put it on the center console, so to speak. You know,
Okay.
the solar map out here.
Anybody want to pick their favorite looking book from the...
Oh, somebody's going to grab that artifact, right?
The one that
Yeah,
talks to us?
I'm going to grab the artifact if nobody else wants it.
John's sitting there. Everybody wants it. John's just sitting there like, yeah. I mean, I'm totally holding it for everybody. He just starts whistling.
Yeah, like, hey, it's over here,
He couldn't grab that
we
shit
should-
fast enough.
Should definitely take that to the university.
We should take all these books to the university.
It belongs in a museum, is what you're saying.
I belong in a museum.
We got a quote. Yay.
You're leaving your artifact there, John?
Oh no, we're pocketing it. Nobody else wants it?
Wants is a strong word.
We'll put it will be the collective artifact, but I'll snag it for us.
I mean, nobody deciphered the mobile comm earlier, so I didn't get the opportunity for you guys to do the other quote.
That's true, we did not.
Yeah, you didn't. For all you knew, the answer could have been right there in that thing.
Yep. All right. Otto, which way do we have to spin this thing?
Man.
You did the math in your head.
I did the math to identify that it was a set of pulsars and a date. I didn't put them together into the actual spot.
Yeah, that was Zane.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, sorry.
All right. I'm gonna tell the guys where the spot was, and
Okay. You have 3 different orbital rings here.
Do the coordinates only match up for one of the rings, like the green one?
So it's the first part of the puzzle. So obviously it would slot, everything else would slot to the first one. In other words, it could be any of them. You won't know until you've picked the first one and then built the rest of it off that.
I think it's a safe bet that it's the green one. At least that's what I'm gonna go with. Does the spot in the coordinates in the thing fit with the orbit of the green object?
Like I said, it could be any of the three of them from that perspective. You just have to pick the one to start with. Then, like, if you get another set of coordinates, hypothetically, you would match them to the first one. But you don't have a reference point yet. You have to put the first coordinate in first to have a reference point.
Have we checked any of the other doors, gentlemen?
We have not.
Pick a door, any door. I'm gonna come over here and wiggle the handle.
It opens.
I'm gonna check for traps.
Okay. How deep in do you go for checking for traps?
Right here at the door.
Right here at the door. I go no further. Okay. You have infrared vision. Give me a perception check.
I got boxcars +4. It's fucking
Ooh,
crazy.
awesome.
16.
Okay. The eyes, nasal channel, and like throat and stomach of these are like chirpers that have been like warriorized. The chirpers are not normally very vicious, but these look quite vicious, and they all glow with the heat. Interestingly, the fire and the blue flame and the thing, it does not have heat to it.
Gentlemen, things inside this room are a little strange. These statuaries, the little chirper things, they might spit fire out of their face holes. I see these different symbols on the floor, right?
You do see those, yes. And while it wasn't part of your infrared check, your perception was certainly high enough to note that these are absolutely pressure plates.
I see. Oh, I've noticed that they correlate to these up here, like closer to the door. Is
Yep.
that true?
That is true.
Okay. They're in an order as well. If you start... Ooh. What order? There's one of these. And there's a one of these. There's a one of these.
I think you'll find that if you look at both sides of the coins, that they're all there.
Ah,
The key being both sides of the coins.
yes.
You
Okay.
rolled a 16, so I feel like you're entitled to a little bit extra observation.
So we don't know what order.
But you
They're very
should.
pretty pressure plates, though.
They are. You should take. They are actual gold too. You should take the time to look at both sides of each coins and understand what coins have what on them.
Yes,
Right.
let's do a study.
Go forward and go back. Forward paths, backwards paths.
Are these the same sigils as the obelisks?
They are sigils that you would find on drone coins, but they are not the ones from the obelisks. Most of these symbols represent things like bravery and loyalty and sacrifice. Oh, I need to make a roll. You guys went through another room. Nope.
I'm going to investigate the fire a little bit. This magic flame blue.
Who all is in the room all the way?
I came in all the way.
Anyone?
Otto's in looking too.
Is anyone outside the door?
John,
I am.
You are? Okay.
how are you? There's room. You can come in here.
Was there room? I'm nervous now.
There's room for you.
All right, I am in the room.
That's convenient because the door shuts.
I figured that was going to happen.
That's why I was so shocked by you being like, no, I'm out the room. Why would you want to be by yourself in this dungeon? A single snake drops to the floor in the middle of the room. It's pretty big.
Does it set off any of the pressure plates?
It's laying directly between the pressure plates.
Nice.
Let's throw a rock at it. Oh, you know what? I pull out my whip.
Okay.
Ah, look at this, guys.
Nice.
I bought this yesterday. I haven't used it at all. But I saw this ancient movie one time, and he had a whip, and I think it's awesome.
I love that. I bought this yesterday.
So I'm going to pull my whip out, and I'm going to try to crack it just to make noise over the snake and make it move.
Okay, well, it's a dexterity check.
Sweet. So we said that this is just a wash roll between my 3 dex and my -3 and whip. So it's a 7.
Well, the good news
I
is
nicked my chin.
you don't put
and
your
I
eye
did
out,
that-
kid. But
My first time whipping it.
you do crack the whip, which causes the snake to rear up and like start moving forward.
Oh no! Ew, guys, it's a snake. I'm gonna back
You
up.
guys, it's a snake.
Snakes. Why'd it have to be snakes?
It's just one big snake.
I start clawing at the door.
I mean, do we shoot it?
With what? I don't have a gun.
Otto, I need your defense right now, buddy.
Otto.
It just
Gus, Gus is talking to Otto, and Otto is talking to Gus.
all right. I'm gonna pull my revolver out and shoot the snake.
Okay.
Professor Zigzag's useless.
It's a little bit difficult to hit, so it's going to be a 9 to hit.
Wrong way.
Does
Moving
does
things
does,
around.
does Gus try to hit it, and does John try to hit it?
Yeah, Gus has his laser cartridge pistol out.
13.
Wait, is that not integrated?
It sounds like
Wait,
Doc already
ow.
got it.
His arm popped out, and yes, it's not. It's his hand, his one manipulator arm.
Okay. So I heard Doc got it. What'd you shoot? What'd you get?
13.
Excellent. Do you roll your damage?
Seven. Wait. It's a 9, right?
So it rears back and recoils and then flops down on one of the pressure panels. Sorry, flops down on 2 of the pressure panels at the same time. And one predictable things happens. But
Ooh.
now there's cooked snake
Oh shit.
as fire envelops and completely obliterates the thing. And then it stops and all the pressure panels click back into place.
So to be clear, when he was just pressing one pressure panel, it didn't go off. But
Correct.
when he pressed 2, that's when it went off.
Yes. and I can give me a like observation roll. I might even be able to tell you which ones he hit.
You said observation?
Perception roll.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Oh, I got boxcars again. No fucking way.
All right,
Gosh, dude.
That's
this one
3
and
times.
this one at the same time.
So don't touch those.
Well, one of them was fine, but both of them was not right.
Oh, but they are the same shaped coin. Are they the same
Yeah.
side of the coin?
No, they're not the same coin.
Oh, they're opposite. Yeah, not
No,
the
they're
same
different.
coin.
Yeah, no, they are the same coin. Yeah, they're the same coin.
Okay. What are the other same coins? Like, what's the same with this one?
This
The
one.
double arrows. Okay. And then what's the same with
Got it.
yeah, that guy? Cool. And then obviously that's set there. Do we know what these sigils mean individually? Can we take some time to study that?
Bravery, loyalty, sacrifice, and valor.
We have anything heavy we could set on each one and see what happens?
Circling them in red for two of the same coin has made
Oh,
this.
sorry. This is supposed to be pink, and if it's not, here, let me make it purple. There's
I was
this
just-
one and this one.
I just want to make sure that you guys, don't get confused.
That was my bad.
So we don't want to step on the two of the same color. So potentially just doink, 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 and then over here to the blue one. And we touch. That way we go, and we have one of each color.
I'll try it first. You guys stand back. I still don't understand this fire thing.
So yeah, you get two choices, either this way. So before we go, look at the symbols. We can either go blue, green, red, purple, blue, red, green, purple, or purple, green, red, blue, purple, red, green, purple. So it probably has something to do with the coins over here. Like which one goes which way.
Did anything
Oh.
happen to the magic flame blue when the snake was being torched?
No.
Okay. So
Is this-
basically go straight up the side and just alternate the last one, right? That seems to be the pattern you're saying.
That is two of the four options, yes.
All right, I'm going for it.
All right, which ones are you doing?
Purple. Do I light up like a...
I'll let you know. I'll let you know when you incinerate, because you're going to need a reflex check if you do.
Okay, green.
Going.
Red.
Keep going.
Blue.
Keep going.
Hi-ya to the end.
As you step off the last pressure plate, the blue flame resolves into a hologram of Drone Warrior. It doesn't say anything. He simply salutes you. And the locks on the door click open.
Yay! Good
Hey,
job,
there's-
Zigzag.
The door opened, I think. Who's coming with me, man?
Follow the same path.
So on the same path, all of us.
Okay, that was going to be my question, is if anyone didn't follow the pattern.
Deviates.
It's
drops down.
obviously safe now, right? Right.
This is another
Good job, Gus.
two-handed door.
You all get to the door.
I open the door.
Open it up.
Holy moly.
Close it.
Inside is some kind of temple.
Yeah, that's some sort of Drowan temple here. A place of worship for warriors? I look for traps.
You don't find any.
Okay.
I'm gonna investigate this giant lady in the front of it. Statue thing in the stone tablet.
Okay. I mean, you do find the stone tablet. There's symbols on it. They seem to be mathematical.
I'm gonna see if I can astrogate those to if they give us a date time thing. Eight.
You just made it. They do. They match another set of coordinates.
Yeah.
Draw a line between the two pulsars and the set of coordinates you just got and the set of coordinates you got earlier. You do notice that they're all in alignment.
John, you gonna check out that box?
I really, really want to.
You're an archaeologist, man. You can open that box.
Got to find another goodie, guys.
That's number 2 for you.
I'm going for the set.
What do you think? Should we take this treasure here?
Some more gold.
It's gold and gems and other precious metals. It's quite heavy, but it's already in a basket. It looks like it's been... So when you look at this, one of the things you'll note as archaeologists is it's from a lot of different time periods. Some are even modern Droyan time periods, things that you recognize from your archaeological digs at the sites here on the planet, from the population that was wiped out during the human tenure here. But some of it is ancient.
It's been here for a long time. I don't know if I want to move this.
Is there anything I recognize about the artifact that we have here?
The little one in your hand?
Correct.
No, those are just little bonus things you guys are picking up as you go along.
I was just looking to see if there's any significance within them that I might understand or recognize.
They are Droyan artifacts. They're just valuable things you turn in for money.
Quest items.
Yeah.
All right, so who's with me? Should we leave the gold or should we pick that up?
Otto takes out $100 from his wallet and he puts it in there.
Oh, look.
Wow.
I mean, if it's everybody else is doing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it.
I can add to the pile.
We're going to follow the same path out?
Take it out.
As everybody leaves, I'm gonna take his $100. I'm gonna pocket that.
Hilarious.
Zigzag.
So you guys follow the same path back out, which is good because the trap never really cut off.
All right. I feel smarter. And $100 richer.
You guys,
All right.
you guys have been in this temple now for 2 hours.
I'm getting hungry. You guys getting hungry?
Yeah, I'm worried that the light storm's up there. We gotta keep going.
I'm gonna eat a ration bar.
Seems like a good idea.
I need a rash.
You guys want a ration bar? I told you I had hiking stuff. I got a bunch of stuff in this backpack.
Sounds good. I'll take one, Zigzag. Get you back
There you
later.
go. Yeah, no problem. These are Luna bars or something.
This could be in my next advertisement for the Be Right Back screen. So, Otto, I see you're standing at the door. Do you open the door?
Yeah. They're having their snacks. Like, oh, it's next one time.
You open this door. It smells dank in here. The other parts felt dry and almost like there was a desiccant in them. This one, you can smell mildew as the door opens. Columns seem to have moss growing on them.
Oh man, that's not good at all. Zigzag then looks for traps. I'm gonna look for traps.
Good luck, buddy. You let me know if you find anything. I'm gonna just eat this candy bar. Smells like fungus in there.
Oh, it's not good. I got a 10.
Okay. How far in the room do you go?
0%. I'm waiting for everybody else. I'm just kind of poking my head in.
Well, how do you check for trap? That's why you got a 3.
We're waiting for you to set something off.
He looks in there and he looks in there and he's like, "Yeah, it's definitely creepy, guys."
It smells bad too.
I walk up. You didn't want a bar? Ration bar?
Well, this thing has turned my stomach now. I don't need a ration bar.
Okay. Alright. I wipe my mouth. Crack my knuckles. Alright, I'm gonna take a look in here. What do I see? I'm looking for any tripwires or pressure plates. Holes in the wall for darts. Oh, wait! Is there water levels on the walls?
Roll your check.
Okay. Fair enough. Oh yeah, it's a game where you have to roll dice. Oh no. 11. 7 plus 4.
Oh no. So there are pressure plates at the entrance to whatever this is, and there are lines that indicate water damage and the room having been filled with water. There's also a spout at the top of this pillar.
Oh boy. Gentlemen, I think we should all be very, very careful here. Can any of you breathe water?
The ceiling is also significantly taller than the other rooms.
But it is a closed ceiling.
But it is a closed ceiling, yes.
It's terrifying.
As Reese steps in, the last person in the party to enter the door shuts behind you.
So glad I ate. You know what they say.
You said the pressure plates are right here at the front.
So it appear to be pressure plates right at the entrance to what look like stairs going down, but they're blocked by a door.
All right, I'm going to try to jump the plate and check the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna go and take a look at, like, you said there's like fungus and whatnot on the poles and whatnot.
Yep. I want a dexterity check from Zigzag. I'll take a... oh, that's right. You haven't told me which one to do yet, but I'm assuming you're going to take samples of those.
Yep. Take samples of them, and I'm gonna roll biology to see if I can see what kind of fungus and whatnot they are.
Nine for dexterity.
Okay. You almost miss all the plates. But you do step on one. Like, you step on it just barely, to the point where, like, you pull your foot back and you can feel it sinking beneath you, and it keeps sinking, and you're like, no, I let go! But just just pushed it in. And this door begins to slowly slide open. But first you're like, all right. And then you hear the sound of running water.
Oh shit!
Oh,
A lot of water.
As a torrent opens up from the top of the pillar, and a torrent like starts filling the room with water.
I got a 12 on my biology roll.
Awesome. You have a sample.
Yes.
We're all gonna get cramps except Otto. We just ate.
I'm gonna swim through the door and down and.
Well, that would be awesome if the door were open. The door is opening very slowly.
I'm getting the feeling not fast enough.
It's pretty slow. So, who's doing what? Because what you're doing will make a huge difference. So it sounds like immediately Zane tried to swim down and get through the water. So you're underwater trying to hold your breath, exerting yourself, realizing that the door is, a ton and being moved by something way stronger than you at a very slow pace. Who's the next person?
I'm gonna start climbing towards the water spout. Gecko.
Okay. Start climbing up the pillar. Next.
Exactly.
Otto has found himself a nice corner in the back and is just letting the water slowly suck him up as he's looking around. And Gus was up looking for that water spout and might have gotten hit when it started surprise shooting out.
Okay. It's already at the point where you can't touch bottom, so you have to tread water.
Yeah, I'm leaning back trying to float as much as possible.
Conserve energy. Wise. Thodubs. What's John doing?
I am going to tread water over to the one of the pillars, and I'm going to try and hang on to one of the pillars and try and go up with it.
Okay. Also conserving energy. Also wise. Okay. Next round, who wants to do what? 6 seconds pass, the water level comes up 3 feet.
How far does the door open?
Are you staying down there?
I feel like I'm gonna stay down there.
Okay. Well, if anyone was going to do it, you were the right person. The door opens enough that Zigzag could almost certainly shimmy through, but it's still just a little bit too closed for the rest of you. Next.
Did I get to the spout?
Give me an athletics climb check.
Yeah. Does anybody else suddenly have to pee? Oh, I rolled a 10.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you can exert yourself and get all the way up to the spout. It's like 6 fire hoses going off.
But no way to close the spout or stop it or
Doesn't
anything like that.
It doesn't appear that the valve that closes it is on this end. This is simply an outlet.
Is it made of stone or concrete or steel?
It's made of stone.
Stone. And it is, 8 feet round?
It might not be quite that big around, but it's somewhere.
pretty big.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's big enough that if there wasn't a huge torrent of water coming out of it, Zigzag could probably climb inside.
Right. Okay. I yell down to the rest of the crew. I don't think we're gonna stop this water. Anybody have any ideas?
I mean, the door's still opening. We gotta get down to it.
How do you know the door's still opening?
I don't know anything, no.
Has anybody seen the doc? He went down underneath the water. I don't think has anybody seen him?
Is he drowning?
He went down by that button in the middle of this door over here. I think he went to check out the door, but I haven't heard anything from him.
All right, from the top, Zigzag's gonna jump off and dive into the water after the doctor.
If we're back to the top of the round, if Otto and Udub's character aren't going to do anything, then we'll be back to Ronan on top of the round. But Zigzag can totally do that.
Otto has floated around to over top of this and is going to try to swim down the next round. Success.
I'm just treading water closer to where the doctor was.
All right, well, Ronan,
Uh,
the door has opened enough that you could shimmy through.
okay,
All you see on the other side is blackness.
gonna swim back up to the top. And make sure, let everybody know that it's open, big enough that we can get through. But there's nothing on the other. We can't see anything on the other side.
I got a chemical stick. We can crack it. I'll take it with me. And I'll go in first.
I'll go in first.
Oh, okay. I'll hand you the chemical stick.
Okay. It's a strength athletics check to swim.
Okay.
You pass.
Roll it. I'm gonna go full crazy mode with my so I got an 8 on my strength.
Well, you did pass. Good job.
Nice.
You come out on a pool on the other side. Water's lapping up into kind of like a moon pool area over here. Where's your token?
On the bottom of all of that. Here I am.
Okay. So yeah, you pull yourself up into this area.
Sweet.
There appears to be a glowing orb in here, and the light gives in kind of a shadowy ethereal. You also find yourself face to face as you climb out here with a corpse.
Sweet. I'm gonna do a quick examination of the corpse, to see
6 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a look at, not like an exam, just look at him and see, yeah.
It's a corpse. It died a really long time ago.
Okay. I'm gonna go touch the glowy ball.
Oh, okay. You can make it halfway there. Ghost, what does Zigzag do? Hicks didn't come back. Room's now about halfway full.
I'm going to follow him in.
Yeah. Give me a strength check for your swim check.
Oh, I'd rather not. Oh, that's not bad. I got a 7.
That is unfortunate.
Can I use a player point pass?
You could, or Zane can hear a gurgling noise behind him.
I heard the gurgling noise. I'm gonna turn around and go assist the gurgling noise.
Kizik, what does Otto do?
2 people have gone down under and not come back. He's going to try to save his buddies. He's going down.
Okay. What does Gus do?
Gus is staying up and out of the water. He's hovering as high as he possibly can. Got a 6.
Ooh. Okay. You're a little bit fatter than the other guys. The door isn't open enough and you kind of get wedged. You can hold your breath for approximately it's like 1d6 per your endurance level.
Endurance DM or
Endurance DM, yeah. So it's not like 20.
just rolled a 6.
All right, so you get 10. You get 10 turns. You'll be fine. So yeah, Dodubs. What's John gonna do? Dodubs.
Oh, sorry, I pushed the wrong button. I apologize. Are we using our strength from our skills or characteristics, or just one?
It's both.
Yeah, if
Okay,
you
I-
have both, use it.
I don't. I would be doing a negative in my one.
Well,
Yeah.
that is how it works out. If you don't have any skills in athletics and you have to roll an athletic strength, which is what this is, you take your -3. You got a 0 there, so you would be taking a -3.
I'm going to give it a try.
It seems like a good idea. It also seems like it's going to be lots of fun when you realize that the door is jammed by your buddy.
Yeah, is he stuck in it now?
Yeah, he's stuck in the door.
Gee, great. I'm going to go down and kick him or something.
Give me your roll.
All right, we rolled a 6 minus a 3 gives me a 3. Strength is a 1, so we got a 3.
You see Otto stuck in the door and go to yell and realize you shouldn't yell underwater and then come up choking water. All right. Zane, top of the round.
Okay, I'm following the gurgling.
Okay. I won't make you roll to pull him out of the water. You pull Zigzag out of the water. That's your maneuver.
Yep, that's my 6 seconds.
No, it's your maneuver.
Oh.
Still take an action. Or you can take another maneuver.
I'm gonna assume that everybody's following me, and I'm going to dive into the water to see where everybody else is.
Okay. That can be your 6 seconds. Zigzag, what do you do?
I'm going to try to catch my breath, pull myself up out of the water for 6 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kizik, the door has opened enough that Otto can get unstuck, but you are, burning air.
That's a 9. That's an 8.
Okay. You make it all the way to the other end. You pass Zane on the way.
He's got a glow stick. I breach the surface. Ooh, stuck for a second.
Did you see Zane?
He's going the other way.
John?
All right, we're going to give this another try.
Okay.
Ten minus 3 is 7, and that's what we got.
So this time you make it through the door, and Zane finds you, and assuming he wants to spend his next turn, he can help you usher through.
Yep.
And we're going to say that you all now end up in this antechamber, because I need to speed things up because we just hit the 12 o'clock mark.
Am I compelled to touch that glowing
Nope.
orb?
Not compelled to do it. Also, you don't need special psionics. You can just see the symbols dancing around it. However, now that the water levels are rising in the other room, water levels are also going to start rising in here. And don't forget, Gus is hovering in the other room. And any minute now, that water is going to reach him.
Yeah, we gotta turn it off. Those are the glyphs that we're looking for, but we need to release the pressure plate as quick as possible.
Everyone look around.
Searching.
Give me perceptions.
For a lever. It's a 7. That's not good.
8.
8.
11.
Okay. Zigzag sees all the shiny shit on one side of the room and says, well, it's not going to be over there. Comes to the other side of the room, and then immediately, because of his size, sees that the lever's hidden underneath something, pulls it, and you immediately hear the torrent in the next room stop and the sound of drains kicking in.
The Drowan were pretty small in stature, so they hid the lever. Oh, you humans would have never seen this.
I found some gold.
Oh.
Did find some precious minerals.
Good work, Zigzag.
Thanks for saving Gus. Let's look at these. Oh, they're like stars. That's clearly astragations.
Or math.
They
No
are-
thanks.
They are clearly astragations. And if you guys want to make that roll, that'll be the last thing we'll do. I am going to have to call it there without you guys completing the puzzle, although you made it a lot further than I thought you were when we started talking about the actual thing.
The storm.
The door.
I really thought we were going to end at midnight with you opening the top door and seeing the thing for the first time.
We slowly, like, caterpillar crawl with a tarp over top of us for 10 kilometers.
Right? Yeah, when you guys were like, let's go back and get a truck, I was like, oh man, like that's how I thought they were going to do it the first time.
Got a 9 on that astrogation check.
Sweet. So now you know that the alignment, well, assuming you figured out which one's which, because you never officially told me which one you wanted to be which. Don't everybody
you
talk
took-
at once.
Sorry, the coordinate from the green room we wanted to apply to the green ring.
Okay, so that's the logic that I was waiting. No one actually implicitly said that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought that I had said that. in the
You guys
beginning.
you guys danced around it. You suggested, like, you did all sorts of things,
Gotcha.
but you never explicitly said that. But that is
Okay,
what I was
yes.
waiting to hear. But assuming
We're
you
going to
know
use-
that piece, yes, you find that they all line up so that all of the alignments are pointed towards the sunroom. They all make a line towards the sunroom. And we'll see what happens when you guys actually do that next time on Traveler. Great session, guys.
I have to go back through the water.
You guys will have to go back. Well, if you could wait long enough, it'll eventually drain.
Otto's going through it. He's got to get back to Gus to make sure he's all right.
But what'd you guys think of the dungeon so far?
Good puzzles, man.
I like it. It was really nice. It's really good.
Having a good time.
Hyped for the season.
I mean,
It's
they
a good first episode.
yeah, they won't. Not all the dungeons will be like this, but I think like every third or fourth one will. Also, there's a couple modules I'd like to get in here, so there's some good investigation modules that I'd like to have thrown in here too. So I'm hoping for this to be quite the relic hunt.
Oh. Sorry, Brandon.
No worries.
I thought we were leaving. You want to check out the body, though?
I absolutely want to check out the body, but we're done. I'll do that next time.
Yeah. We'll leave us in here, though.
Zigzag is stealing stuff.
Always.
Zigzag's always stealing stuff. Yeah. Anyway, later, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream there. Thanks everybody for stopping by, and we will see you next time.